To see someone's true character. Notice only 5 things. Stoicism. Welcome to Stoic in Your Life. Before you think about skipping ahead, let me ask you something. How well do you really know the people around you, or even yourself? What I'm about to share isn't just another quick list of personality tests or surface-level tips. It's a deep dive into ancient Stoic wisdom, a philosophy so profound that it's shaped the way people understand human nature for over 2,000 years. Today, we're exploring 5 key observations, simple yet incredibly powerful, that can uncover a person's true character. And yes, these principles are just as relevant in our fast-paced modern world as they were in the age of Marcus Aurelius. So grab your favorite drink, settle in, and prepare to rethink what it means to truly understand someone. These 5 timeless principles won't just transform the way you see others. They'll challenge you to live with greater clarity, integrity, and wisdom. Let's dive in and uncover the truth about human character through the lens of Stoicism. Number 1. Treating those who can't help. Unveiling a person's true character has long been a subject of fascination and contemplation, both in philosophy and in daily life. One of the most telling ways to understand someone's inner values is to observe how they treat people who hold no power over them or offer no clear benefit in return. This principle is central to Stoic philosophy, with Seneca famously advising, "Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you." These interactions strip away the masks people wear to impress, revealing whether their kindness is genuine or merely a strategic tool. In an increasingly transactional world, this lens offers a timeless way to assess not just others, but also ourselves. At the heart of this concept lies the way people interact with service workers, subordinates, or strangers. A genuine smile, a heartfelt "thank you," or a simple gesture of acknowledgement to someone delivering a meal or ringing up groceries may seem inconsequential. Yet these small acts carry immense weight, reflecting a person's respect for shared humanity. When a person holds the door for a stranger or offers to help someone struggling with their bags, they demonstrate a level of compassion and selflessness that transcends societal norms. On the other hand, someone who dismisses these individuals with irritation or indifference exposes a deeper truth about their character, one rooted in arrogance, entitlement, or a lack of empathy. Accidental, everyday interactions also serve as subtle but profound tests of character. Imagine someone walking briskly through a crowded street and being bumped into by an elderly individual. The compassionate response might be a reassuring smile or a soft, "no worries," while the impatient individual might react with annoyance or even aggression. These unscripted moments of inconvenience provide a rare, unfiltered glimpse into how a person truly views others. Are they quick to assume malice, or do they extend the benefit of the doubt? This is where modern Stoicism provides a valuable framework, recognizing that we cannot control what happens to us but can always control how we respond. These responses reflect the values guiding our behavior and our ability to live harmoniously with others. Another revealing dimension lies in how someone interacts with vulnerable groups, such as the homeless or marginalized communities. The act of stopping to offer spare change, a warm greeting, or even a moment of acknowledgement requires no great effort, yet it demonstrates a profound sense of humanity. Ignoring or dismissing such individuals, however, often signals a deeper disconnection from the shared struggles of life. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What injures the hive injures the bee." The Stoic understanding of our interconnectedness suggests that when we fail to respect and uplift others, we harm ourselves as well. Extending kindness in these moments not only benefits the recipient, but also reinforces the giver's own sense of moral integrity. These small, consistent acts of kindness ripple outward. While grand gestures often receive the most recognition, it is the quiet, unnoticed moments of humanity that build trust, inspire others, and reflect the true moral character of a person. The individual who consistently treats others with dignity, regardless of their social or economic status, is one who embodies the virtues central to modern Stoicism. They act not because they seek recognition or reward, but because they believe in the inherent worth of others. This quiet consistency is a reflection of their inner values, not external circumstances. Their kindness, like a steady flame, illuminates not just their character but also the lives of those they touch. In today's fast-paced and often self-centered world, these principles are more relevant than ever. Helping a janitor clean up a spill, or pausing to listen to a stranger in distress might not earn public applause, yet these moments reflect an authentic moral compass. As Epictetus reminds us, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. In this way, the practice of kindness is not about display, but about living in alignment with one's values. Cultivating this awareness in ourselves requires ongoing reflection and effort. How do we treat those who cannot offer us anything in return? Are we polite and considerate toward service workers, patient with others during moments of inconvenience, and compassionate toward those in need? These questions are not merely rhetorical. They challenge us to examine our behavior and align it with our principles. Modern Stoicism emphasizes the importance of focusing on what is within our control, our actions, our words, and our attitude, while letting go of the desire for external validation. When we treat others with dignity and kindness, we cultivate not only a good reputation but also inner peace. The lesson here is timeless and universal. The way someone treats people who can neither help nor harm them is the truest measure of their character. This principle is as applicable in the workplace as it is in personal life. Consider a leader who consistently respects their employees, listens to their concerns, and fosters a positive environment, even when no one is watching. The goal is not just to judge others, but to use these observations as a guide for self-improvement. By striving to treat everyone with fairness and respect, we become role models in our own right, demonstrating the kind of character that Stoics like Seneca and Marcus Aurelius championed. As modern Stoicism teaches, the pursuit of virtue is a lifelong journey, one marked by the daily choices we make in our interactions with others. These choices, no matter how small, define the legacy we leave behind. In embracing these lessons, we create a ripple effect of positivity that transcends individual interactions. By consistently practicing kindness, empathy, and respect, we contribute to a more harmonious world. True character, after all, is not about what we say, but about what we do when no one is watching. It is through these actions that we find meaning and purpose, not only in our own lives, but in the broader fabric of humanity. Such is the enduring wisdom of Stoicism, offering a guide not only for evaluating others but for living with integrity, compassion, and resilience. Number 2, handling minor inconveniences. How we respond to minor inconveniences in life, those everyday irritations like slow traffic, misplaced items, or a delayed coffee order, provides a profound window into our true character. These moments, often dismissed as trivial, are significant in revealing the depth of our emotional resilience and self-control. As Epictetus reminds us, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. This enduring Stoic principle holds a mirror to our instincts, offering unguarded glimpses of who we truly are when faced with life's smaller disruptions. In many ways, these small moments test our ability to embody patience, adaptability, and understanding, the cornerstones of modern Stoicism. The rawness of our reactions to minor inconveniences lays bare our authentic selves, as they often occur without conscious thought. Consider the individual whose meal arrives slightly cold at a restaurant. One person might berate the server, venting frustration, while another calmly requests a solution. The difference is striking, showing the former's lack of self-regulation and the latter's composed demeanor. Similarly, during a traffic jam, one driver may blare their horn in anger, spreading tension to everyone around them, while another might use the delay to listen to an enlightening podcast, meditate, or simply practice acceptance. These scenarios demonstrate that how we handle the small inconveniences of life often matters more than the grand gestures of calmness we exhibit in planned situations, where maintaining a composed facade is easier. Work environments also amplify the significance of handling minor setbacks. Imagine a technical glitch or a delayed email response. Does the person in question escalate the problem with frustration, or do they pause to consider actionable solutions? The one who reacts calmly not only resolves the issue more efficiently, but also sets a tone of collaboration and understanding within their team. These reactions ripple outward, impacting workplace culture and interpersonal dynamics. A composed response fosters harmony, while a short-tempered reaction creates unnecessary tension, underscoring the Stoic idea that you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength, as Marcus Aurelius observed. The beauty of these moments is that they are opportunities for growth. Handling life's minor disruptions with grace signals an ability to adapt, a key trait of resilience. A person who smiles and accepts the wrong coffee order, perhaps even using the opportunity to thank the barista, demonstrates inner peace and the wisdom to prioritize their emotional well-being over fleeting frustrations. Such actions show maturity and emotional intelligence, the hallmark of modern Stoicism in practice. By reframing inconveniences as challenges to overcome rather than annoyances to endure, individuals cultivate a mindset that values calm over chaos and action over reaction. Conversely, poor handling of minor irritations often creates a negative ripple effect. Someone who explodes in anger over slow internet speeds may inadvertently sour the mood of everyone around them. These knee-jerk reactions betray an inability to regulate emotions, which can erode relationships and increase personal stress. Worse still, they can make small issues feel disproportionately large, pulling us further from the equanimity the Stoics so highly regarded. Seneca's advice is poignant here. A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is. Dwelling on inconveniences magnifies their impact, while choosing to rise above them diminishes their hold over us. Minor inconveniences are not just challenges, but also mirrors reflecting our inner world. They reveal how we cope with life's unpredictability and show whether we bring peace or discord into our daily interactions. Handling these moments with patience, positivity, and emotional control is not just about preserving our own serenity, but also about creating a more harmonious environment for others. When we choose calm over chaos, we inspire those around us to do the same, embodying the Stoic ideal of being a calm harbor in the storms of daily life. This strength of character, practiced consistently, transforms not just us but also our communities, reminding us that the principles of modern Stoicism are timeless tools for navigating both the monumental and the mundane. Number 3. Time and commitments. One of the most profound ways to uncover someone's true character is to observe how they treat the most precious resource we all possess: time. Stoic philosopher Seneca wisely noted, "We're tight-fisted with property and money, yet think too little of wasting time." This insight underscores a truth that resonates across centuries. How we manage our time reveals our priorities, values, and the depth of our discipline. If you take a moment to watch how someone interacts with their commitments and schedules, you'll begin to see the intricate map of their inner values unfold. Punctuality, for instance, is a simple but powerful indicator. When someone consistently arrives on time, they're sending a clear message. They value their commitments and respect the time of others. Contrast this with the individual who is perpetually late. Chronic tardiness might seem trivial, but it often points to deeper issues: disorganization, a lack of self-awareness, or even an inflated sense of self-importance. Imagine someone showing up to an important event or meeting late, repeatedly inconveniencing others. Their actions silently declare, "My time is more valuable than yours." Would you trust someone with such a mindset? Stoicism teaches us to measure others not by their words, but by their deeds, and how they manage their time is a deed we cannot ignore. Equally telling is how someone handles their commitments, especially under pressure. Think about a colleague or friend who consistently meets deadlines, even when the stakes are high. Their reliability doesn't just demonstrate discipline, it builds trust. Compare this to someone who routinely makes promises they fail to keep, disrupting group dynamics and eroding credibility. In Stoic terms, keeping one's commitments reflects integrity and respect for others, two pillars of strong character. How do the people around you honor their promises, whether in personal relationships or professional settings? Do their actions align with their words? The way someone spends their free time is another window into their soul. Imagine a person who dedicates their weekends to volunteering, spending quality time with loved ones, or pursuing personal growth. Now picture someone else who spends those same hours lost in endless scrolling, binge-watching shows, or indulging in other trivial distractions. While leisure and relaxation are essential, excessive time wasted on unproductive pursuits often reflects a lack of direction or purpose. Stoicism reminds us to use our time wisely, treating it as a gift, not to be squandered. What do your own habits say about your priorities? How might you shift them to align more closely with your values? Time management isn't just about self-discipline, it's also a measure of empathy. A person who respects the time of others demonstrates fairness and consideration. Think about a professional who arrives prepared for meetings, sticking to schedules and avoiding unnecessary delays. Their actions show a clear acknowledgement of the collective effort required to work efficiently. On the other hand, those who waste others' time through poor preparation or a lack of accountability highlight a selfish disregard for shared efforts. How do you balance your own needs with the needs of others when it comes to time? Flexibility, too, plays a crucial role. Life is unpredictable, and even the best laid plans can go awry. Here, the Stoic secret lies in adaptability. How someone reacts to unexpected disruptions can be incredibly revealing. A person who handles last-minute changes with calm and grace demonstrates emotional resilience and a balanced outlook, while someone who falls apart at the first sign of trouble may struggle to navigate life's inevitable uncertainties. Picture two friends planning a trip. When the itinerary falls through, one calmly suggests alternatives while the other spirals into frustration. Which one would you rather rely on? Stoicism teaches us to accept what we cannot control while acting wisely within the sphere of what we can. Observing someone's relationship with time is like looking through a window into their character. Do they prioritize what truly matters? Are they reliable, considerate, and adaptable? Time, as the Stoics remind us, is a finite resource. Once spent, it cannot be recovered. Those who manage it wisely demonstrate not only personal maturity, but a profound respect for life itself and the people around them. Ask yourself, how do you treat your time and what does it say about you? By mastering this Stoic secret, you can not only better understand others, but also refine your own approach to life, aligning it with your highest values. After all, as Seneca said, it is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it. How will you choose to spend the time you have left? Which of the following do you think reveals the most about true personality? Comment 1 for how a person treats people who can't help them, 2 for how they handle minor inconveniences, or 3 for how they value time and commitment. Make sure to watch until the end. There's a surprising insight waiting for you. Number 4. Acting unseen. A person's true character is most vividly revealed in the moments when they believe no one is watching, a notion deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy. Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism, emphasized that living in harmony with nature and reason requires unwavering consistency, regardless of external scrutiny. This principle underscores that integrity isn't defined by what we do when we are rewarded or punished, but by the actions we take when there are no apparent consequences. For instance, a seemingly mundane act such as returning a shopping cart at a grocery store becomes a litmus test of one's commitment to responsibility. When someone takes the time to place the cart in its proper spot, even in the rain or under pressing circumstances, they demonstrate a profound respect for shared spaces and a dedication to principles over convenience. Conversely, leaving the cart adrift in the parking lot signifies indifference to communal well-being, and an inclination to prioritize personal comfort over collective responsibility. Public spaces often serve as arenas where character is unconsciously displayed. Consider communal areas like break rooms, parks, or other shared environments. A person who cleans up after themselves without needing to be reminded or acknowledged exhibits a sense of accountability and thoughtfulness. This act of tidying up, though minor, signals an understanding that we each play a role in maintaining order and fairness. Neglecting such duties, however, indicates a lack of respect for others and a mindset that disregards the unspoken social contract. Similarly, handling shared resources with care, whether refilling an empty coffee pot in an office or properly disposing of trash, reflects an awareness of how personal actions impact the collective. Honesty in unobserved situations is perhaps one of the purest demonstrations of integrity. When someone finds a wallet or valuable item and chooses to return it or report it, rather than keeping it for personal gain, they act in alignment with a moral compass that transcends immediate self-interest. Such decisions mirror Epictetus's belief that it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. By choosing honesty in situations where deception might go unnoticed, a person showcases a commitment to virtue. On the other hand, succumbing to dishonesty in the absence of accountability reveals a readiness to compromise ethics for fleeting benefits, undermining the trustworthiness that is central to one's character. Workplace behavior offers another lens through which unseen actions can speak volumes. An employee who consistently meets deadlines, acknowledges the contributions of teammates, and maintains high standards even when a manager isn't watching, exemplifies reliability and inner discipline. Their actions resonate with the Stoic principle of focusing on what is within one's control: effort, diligence, and respect for others. In contrast, those who cut corners, shirk responsibilities, or claim undue credit in unmonitored scenarios reveal a lack of self-motivation and integrity. Such individuals often erode trust, proving themselves inconsistent and unreliable in matters big and small. Small, selfless acts performed without expectation of recognition carry profound meaning and further illuminate true character. Donating anonymously, standing up for someone in distress, or offering help to a stranger without broadcasting the deed reflects an intrinsic commitment to kindness and virtue. These actions align with Marcus Aurelius's assertion that the best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury, a reminder that virtue is its own reward, regardless of whether others acknowledge or repay it. Quiet acts of compassion show that an individual's moral compass is guided not by external validation, but by an unwavering belief in the inherent good. The choices we make in private profoundly shape who we are in public. The habits we form when unobserved, be they acts of kindness, responsibility, or honesty, create a foundation for how we navigate life's broader challenges. Marcus Aurelius's timeless wisdom, "What we do now echoes in eternity," reminds us that every decision, no matter how small or unseen, contributes to the legacy of our character. By observing how people behave when they believe no one is looking, we uncover their deepest values and priorities. Moreover, these reflections invite us to examine our own unseen actions, challenging us to align our private behavior with the principles we profess in public. In the modern age, where surveillance and social media have transformed public behavior into a performance, the concept of unseen integrity becomes even more critical. Modern Stoicism teaches us that our worth is not defined by likes, followers, or external accolades, but by our ability to remain true to our principles regardless of recognition. Returning the shopping cart, cleaning up after oneself, and honoring commitments in private might seem inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Yet these choices define the fabric of one's character. They remind us that the cultivation of integrity begins with the smallest, most personal decisions, building a foundation for a life guided by virtue. Living with this awareness transforms how we engage with the world. Instead of seeking external validation, we begin to focus on living in alignment with our values, finding satisfaction in knowing we've done the right thing, even when no one is watching. By striving for consistency between our private actions and public persona, we embody the essence of integrity, setting an example for others while fortifying our own sense of self-worth. This alignment, as modern Stoicism suggests, is the cornerstone of a meaningful and virtuous life, one where our actions resonate not only in the moment, but in the enduring impact they leave on ourselves and the world. Number 5. Handling power. Power in all its forms is one of the most revealing tests of character, acting as a mirror that reflects an individual's values, maturity, and sense of responsibility. The Stoics recognize that power magnifies a person's true nature, illuminating their virtues or exposing their flaws. Whether it's the authority of a team leader, the influence wielded in personal relationships, or the subtle power of holding privileged information, how one handles power speaks volumes about their inner strength. Marcus Aurelius, himself an emperor, exemplified this when he wrote, "The true worth of a man is measured by the objects he pursues. Power, when rooted in virtue, uplifts not just the individual but those around them, fostering trust, collaboration, and mutual respect. A person who wields power with humility and service demonstrates leadership of the highest order. Take, for example, a team leader newly entrusted with responsibility. If they prioritize the collective good by engaging with their team, understanding individual strengths, and addressing challenges, they create an environment of empowerment. This builds trust and fosters a culture where every member feels valued and motivated." Modern Stoicism teaches us to view such leadership not as an assertion of dominance but as a service, a chance to elevate others and create harmony. Contrastingly, those who misuse power, whether through belittling others, withholding resources, or asserting control unnecessarily, reveal insecurity masked as authority. Such individuals often equate power with superiority, prioritizing their personal gain over the well-being of others. Their actions sow discord, diminish their credibility, and erode relationships, reinforcing the timeless Stoic insight that no man is free who is not master of himself. Epictetus. Even in seemingly minor contexts, power unveils the essence of character. Consider the subtle influence of holding privileged information. Choosing to share it responsibly or to keep it confidential when necessary shows integrity and respect for others. On the other hand, using that information to gossip, manipulate, or undermine trust highlights a lack of ethical grounding. These small decisions, often unnoticed by the wider world, have profound ripple effects, reinforcing that true character is revealed in moments of subtlety, not spectacle. Compassion in positions of power is another vital measure of character, and it often shines in moments of pressure. A manager faced with a tough decision, for instance, who takes time to listen to differing perspectives and empathize with those affected, shows emotional intelligence and moral clarity. This ability to balance fairness with firmness not only resolves conflicts more effectively, but also inspires respect and loyalty. In modern life, where leadership is frequently equated with assertiveness and decisiveness, such empathy-driven approaches remind us of the importance of humanity in authority. Seneca's words resonate here. He is a great man that can treat his inferiors with kindness, as well as his equals. Power also manifests in personal relationships, where it may seem less obvious but is no less impactful. In friendships, family, or romantic partnerships, moments of influence frequently arise. Do we use those opportunities to uplift, offer support, or nurture the bond? Or do we exploit them for personal gain, manipulating others to achieve our ends? The fairness and consideration with which we approach these interactions build or undermine the trust that forms the foundation of meaningful connections. For instance, in a disagreement with a partner, the ability to handle the situation calmly, avoiding coercion or emotional manipulation, reflects strength of character and emotional maturity. It is in these everyday moments that the principles of modern Stoicism find their deepest resonance, teaching us to act with both wisdom and compassion. Power is neither inherently good nor bad. It is merely a tool whose value depends on how it is wielded. Epictetus's reminder that People are not disturbed by things but by their judgments about things encourages us to reflect on how we perceive and exercise the power we hold. When we view power as a responsibility rather than a privilege, it becomes a force for positive change, a means to uplift others, and a reflection of inner virtue. Observing how someone handles power not only reveals their character, but also challenges us to examine our own actions and intentions. The truest measure of character shines in these moments, when our influence, however great or small, has the potential to either build or destroy. Power, then, is more than a test. It is an opportunity to align our actions with our highest ideals. Those who use it with wisdom, humility, and empathy leave a legacy of trust and inspiration, embodying the best of what modern Stoicism offers in navigating both personal and professional relationships. By observing these behaviors in others and striving to emulate them ourselves, we not only better understand the nature of character but also take a step toward becoming better versions of ourselves, capable of wielding power as a tool for growth, harmony, and service. Applying the 5 observations. Number 1. Assessing others. Understanding someone's true character isn't about their big, staged gestures, but rather the quiet, everyday moments that often go unnoticed. The Stoics teach us that consistent actions in these small, routine interactions reveal far more than any isolated deed. Whether it's observing someone at work, in social settings, or during casual encounters, these patterns can provide powerful insights into their nature. So how can you use these moments to truly assess someone's character? Start by noticing how people treat those who can offer them nothing in return: service workers, custodians, or strangers on the street. A person who acknowledges others with gratitude, politeness, or even a small smile shows kindness and respect for humanity. In contrast, someone who dismisses or mistreats others in these situations often reveals arrogance or a lack of empathy. For example, a friend who consistently thanks waitstaff and engages with them kindly is more likely to be trustworthy than someone who habitually complains or acts entitled. Another way to gauge character is by observing how someone handles minor inconveniences. Imagine standing in a long line with them or facing a slight delay. Do they laugh it off and stay composed, or do they grow irritable and lash out? Stoicism teaches that emotional control is a hallmark of maturity, and those who can maintain their composure under small pressures often display resilience and self-awareness. Consider the last time someone lost their temper over a minor issue, like slow internet. Did their reaction suggest they'd handle life's bigger challenges with grace? Workplaces also provide a revealing view of character. How does a colleague collaborate with others? Do they credit teammates fairly, communicate respectfully, and elevate the group? Or do they dominate conversations and take credit for others' work? Those who engage with humility and generosity are often dependable and self-aware, while those who undermine others or seek the spotlight expose insecurity and ego. Think about the type of person you'd want alongside you during a high-stakes project, someone cooperative or someone self-serving. Social settings offer additional insights. A friend who shows up on time, listens actively, and engages in meaningful conversation signals respect and reliability. Contrast this with someone who frequently interrupts, seems distracted, or consistently arrives late. It often reflects a lack of consideration for others. These patterns, observed over time, reveal deeper truths about priorities and values. A friend who is fully present leaves you feeling valued, whereas someone glued to their phone during your time together may communicate that their attention lies elsewhere. Number 2, personal growth. Personal growth is an inward journey of reflection and outward alignment, where understanding others becomes a mirror for self-improvement. The 5 Stoic-inspired principles, how we treat others, manage inconveniences, value time, act in private, and handle power, are not just tools for assessing others, but guideposts for becoming the best version of ourselves. Epictetus wisely said, It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. Growth begins with humility, the willingness to see ourselves as we are, and the courage to improve. These principles are timeless, yet profoundly relevant in modern life, where distractions and external pressures often pull us away from our true values. The first step is to evaluate how you treat people who cannot benefit you. Do you consistently offer kindness and respect to everyone, regardless of their role or status? Small gestures, like thanking a cashier or holding a door open, might seem trivial, but they reveal deeper values. Marcus Aurelius's wisdom, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts," reminds us that the way we treat others reflects the mindset we cultivate. By fostering a habit of treating everyone with dignity, you not only strengthen relationships but also build self-respect, knowing your actions align with your principles. Next, consider how you handle life's small inconveniences, from traffic jams to long lines. These moments test patience and emotional resilience, revealing whether you control your reactions or let minor frustrations dominate your mood. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what is within our control, our perspective and response. As Seneca wrote, "If you are pained by any external thing, it is not this thing that disturbs you, but your own judgment about it." Reframing these challenges as opportunities to practice grace and mindfulness strengthens your ability to navigate larger difficulties with calm and composure. Time management is another key element of personal growth. Reflect on whether you honor commitments, arrive on time, and respect others' schedules. These actions build trust and demonstrate reliability, showing that you value not just your own time, but also that of others. If time management is an area of struggle, setting clear priorities and creating consistent routines can help you align your actions with your values. Marcus Aurelius's reminder, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think," underscores the importance of living intentionally, making the most of the time we have while respecting others' efforts. Private actions are perhaps the most authentic reflection of character. What you do when no one is watching reveals the values you truly live by. Do you act with integrity, honor commitments, and maintain honesty, even when cutting corners might go unnoticed? These small, unseen choices lay the foundation for the person you are in public and during larger challenges. Zeno of Citium's teaching, that living in harmony with nature and reason requires consistency, urges us to align private behavior with public values, creating a life of authenticity and moral strength. How you handle power, no matter how small, speaks volumes about your growth. Power can appear in subtle forms, leading a team, influencing decisions, or guiding others. Do you use power to support and uplift, or let it inflate your ego? True leadership stems from humility and a commitment to serve others. Seneca's observation, "It is a rough road that leads to the heights of greatness," reminds us that the responsibility of power lies in self-discipline and empathy. Even small actions like giving credit where it's due or listening attentively demonstrate strong character and build trust. Personal growth is not about achieving perfection, but about making consistent progress. Epictetus reminds us, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." This means embracing vulnerability and acknowledging flaws as a natural part of growth. By turning these observations inward, you create a framework for intentional self-improvement, where every act of kindness, moment of patience, and commitment to integrity brings you closer to your ideals. In modern Stoicism, the focus is on aligning actions with values, fostering resilience, and rejecting the need for external validation. Each day presents opportunities to practice kindness, patience, honesty, and humility. These small choices shape not just who we are, but the environment we create for others. By committing to this path, you inspire those around you and cultivate a life of purpose, integrity, and fulfillment. Number 3. Leadership. Leadership is not just about managing tasks or achieving goals. It is about shaping character, inspiring others, and creating an environment where people feel valued and empowered. The Stoic principles of respect, composure, time management, integrity, and the wise use of power form the foundation of true leadership. A leader's character is reflected not only in their accomplishments, but also in how they treat others, handle challenges, and uphold values when no one is watching. As Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, wisely observed, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." This timeless truth underscores the impact of a leader's inner discipline on their outer actions and influence. A great leader sets the tone for their team by demonstrating respect for everyone, regardless of position. Imagine a CEO who, after a company event, personally thanks the cleaning staff for their work. Such acts of humility and gratitude foster an atmosphere of mutual respect, inspiring others to follow suit. When leaders model this behavior, they cultivate a workplace culture where kindness and collaboration thrive. On the other hand, a leader who overlooks the contributions of others or only shows respect to higher-ups sends a clear, damaging message about their priorities. Leadership is not about commanding respect, but about earning it through consistent, authentic actions that uplift others. The ability to remain composed during setbacks is another hallmark of exceptional leadership. In any organization, unexpected challenges such as missed deadlines or client rejections are inevitable. A leader who maintains their calm and focuses on solutions creates stability, empowering their team to stay motivated and resourceful. Picture a manager faced with a sudden project failure who reassures their team, identifies the lessons learned, and collaboratively crafts a new strategy. This approach diffuses stress and reinforces trust. Conversely, a leader who panics or reacts with frustration risks demoralizing their team, eroding their confidence and productivity. The Stoic secret lies in practicing emotional control, as Epictetus taught. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Time management, often overlooked, is one of the clearest indicators of a leader's discipline and respect for others. A leader who is consistently late, unprepared, or dismissive of others' time undermines their credibility and sets a poor example. In contrast, someone who honors commitments, prepares thoroughly, and ensures meetings are purposeful demonstrates accountability and respect for the team's efforts. Imagine a leader who starts meetings promptly, sticks to the agenda, and follows up on action items. Their behavior not only fosters efficiency, but also shows the team that their time is valued. When leaders value time, they cultivate a culture of discipline and reliability, creating a ripple effect throughout the organization. Integrity in private actions is another essential element of leadership. What a leader does when they think no one is watching speaks volumes about their character. Employees are remarkably perceptive, and they take cues from their leaders' behaviors, both seen and unseen. For instance, a leader who handles confidential information with care or credits team members for their ideas builds trust and loyalty. On the flip side, one who takes credit for others' work or bends ethical boundaries for personal gain destroys morale and credibility. As Seneca reminds us, a good character is the only guarantee of everlasting carefree happiness. Leaders who embody this principle earn the unwavering respect of their team. How a leader handles power reveals the essence of their character. Power is a tool that can either uplift or oppress, depending on how it is wielded. A leader who empowers their team by delegating meaningful tasks, celebrating achievements, and mentoring individuals creates a thriving, innovative environment. Think of a leader who consistently recognizes their team's efforts during meetings or provides growth opportunities for those under their guidance. Such actions build trust and inspire commitment. Conversely, leaders who micromanage, hoard credit, or prioritize their own advancement create a toxic atmosphere that stifles creativity and breeds resentment. Stoic secrets remind us that power magnifies one's inner virtues or flaws. True leadership, as taught by the Stoics, is not about exercising authority but about serving others with humility, empathy, and resilience. Leaders who apply these principles cultivate workplaces rooted in respect, integrity, and collaboration, where individuals are encouraged to grow and succeed. Ask yourself, how do you treat others when no one is watching? How do you react to setbacks? And how do you use your influence to inspire or discourage? By reflecting on these questions and embracing Stoic principles, you can not only lead with purpose, but also leave a lasting legacy of trust and empowerment. Leadership is not just a role, it is a responsibility to bring out the best in others while striving to be the best version of yourself. Number 4. Personal relationships. Personal relationships are at the heart of a fulfilling life, and they reveal much about our values and priorities. The way we interact with family, friends, or partners showcases our character, especially in everyday moments. According to Stoic philosophy, it's the consistent small acts, more than grand gestures, that create strong bonds and enduring trust. Mutual kindness, for instance, forms the foundation of any relationship. Consider a couple where one partner regularly acknowledges the other's efforts, like saying thank you for a home-cooked meal or helping with daily chores. Such actions may seem small, but they build emotional security over time. Similarly, in friendships, being consistently thoughtful and attentive, even during mundane moments, nurtures reliability and trust. How someone treats others, whether it's a waiter, a cashier, or even a stranger, also offers a glimpse into their capacity for respect and empathy. Would you trust someone who's rude to a server to be considerate when things get tough in your relationship? Handling minor inconveniences together is another way to assess the health of a relationship. Life inevitably throws challenges our way, like a delayed flight, a misplaced item, or a stressful day at work. How do those close to you react in these moments? A friend who lightens the mood with humor, or a partner who stays calm during an argument shows emotional stability and a commitment to the relationship. On the other hand, someone who lashes out or withdraws at the first sign of stress may struggle to maintain balance when larger issues arise. Picture this. You and a friend plan a road trip, but halfway through, the car breaks down. One person jokes, "Adventure starts now," while the other spirals into frustration. Which one would you trust to help weather life's ups and downs? Time management, too, plays a critical role in personal relationships. People who prioritize quality time, even when busy, demonstrate that they value and cherish their connections. Think of a partner who sets aside distractions to plan a meaningful date night, or a friend who consistently checks in with a heartfelt message despite their hectic schedule. These small acts of prioritization show that the relationship matters deeply to them. Conversely, someone who frequently cancels plans or arrives late without regard for others' feelings sends a different message: that your time, and perhaps the relationship, may not hold much value to them. Do you make enough time for the people who matter in your life, or could your actions signal neglect, even unintentionally? Integrity is another cornerstone of strong relationships. Trust is built through honesty and respect, even in private actions. For example, a friend who keeps your secrets or a partner who fulfills promises, even when it would be easier not to, demonstrates reliability. On the contrary, gossiping about a friend or breaking a commitment undermines the trust necessary for a healthy bond. Imagine promising a partner you'll handle an important errand, then forgetting it entirely. Do you own up to the mistake and make amends, or do you shrug it off? Such moments, though small, define how much respect we hold for those we care about. Power dynamics within relationships also reveal character. Whether it's a friendship where one person has greater social influence or a romantic relationship where one partner handles more decisions, how these dynamics are managed says a lot. Someone who uses their position to manipulate or control others creates an unhealthy imbalance, but a person who approaches power with humility and fairness fosters mutual respect. Think about a friend who generously shares their resources without expecting anything in return, compared to someone who subtly leverages their advantages to dominate. Which type of relationship feels more balanced and secure? By observing and practicing these principles, you can cultivate deeper and more meaningful connections. Ask yourself, are your relationships rooted in kindness, patience, respect for time, integrity, and fairness? These values don't just strengthen the bonds you have with others, they inspire reciprocity, encouraging those around you to meet you with the same effort and care. Strong relationships thrive on mutual respect and shared effort, and they often reflect our ability to live in alignment with our ideals. The Stoic secrets to understanding and building these connections lie in recognizing patterns in actions rather than words, and striving to embody the values we wish to see in others. What kind of relationships are you nurturing, and what do they say about the person you are becoming? Number 5. Guiding future generations. Teaching the next generation to embody strong values and principles is perhaps the greatest legacy we can leave behind, for it ensures that the ideals of integrity, resilience, and wisdom endure beyond our own lives. The 5 observations of character, how we treat others, manage inconveniences, value time, act with integrity, and handle power, serve as timeless guideposts for shaping young minds. By instilling these principles, we empower children and young adults to navigate life with empathy, self-discipline, and a moral compass that aligns with the teachings of modern Stoicism. As Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." This sentiment captures the essence of leading by example, which is the cornerstone of teaching values to future generations. The journey begins with teaching kindness and fairness, values that lay the foundation for empathy and social awareness. Encourage children to treat everyone with respect, regardless of their role or relationship. Simple habits like saying "please" and "thank you," offering help to a struggling peer, or including others in play are small acts that foster a lifelong habit of compassion. These lessons are absorbed most effectively when modeled by adults. For instance, when parents consistently treat service workers or neighbors with respect, children internalize these behaviors, understanding that kindness is not contingent on status or reward, but is a fundamental human value. As Seneca said, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness," a principle that young minds can carry into every interaction. Teaching resilience in the face of minor inconveniences is another critical aspect of preparing children for life's inevitable challenges. Whether it's losing a game, facing a delay, or dealing with disappointment, these moments provide opportunities to build patience and adaptability. Guiding a child to stay calm and find solutions when their toy breaks or a plan changes teaches problem-solving and emotional regulation. These small exercises prepare them for larger obstacles, reinforcing the Stoic principle of focusing on what is within their control. Epictetus's wisdom, "It's not what happens to you but how you react to it that matters," becomes a practical tool they can use to maintain composure and perspective in both small and significant challenges. Time management and respect for commitments are equally important lessons. Teaching children to value their own time, and that of others, builds discipline, reliability, and accountability. Simple practices, such as setting routines for schoolwork, chores, or extracurricular activities, help instill habits that will serve them throughout their lives. Encouraging punctuality and the fulfillment of promises teaches them the importance of honoring their word and respecting the efforts of others. Marcus Aurelius's reminder, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think," emphasizes the finite nature of time and the importance of using it wisely, a lesson that resonates deeply when shared with younger generations. Integrity, perhaps the most vital of all lessons, is best taught through both instruction and demonstration. Encouraging children to do the right thing, even when no one is watching, shapes their moral framework. Whether it's returning a found item, admitting a mistake, or standing up for what is right, these moments teach them that integrity is not about convenience, but about living consistently with their values. Praise for honesty and responsibility reinforces the idea that character is built on everyday choices. Zeno of Citium's teaching, well-being is realized by small steps, but it is no small thing, reminds us that even small acts of integrity accumulate into a life of moral excellence. Teaching children to handle power with humility and fairness ensures they grow into leaders who uplift others rather than dominate. Power can take many forms, from social influence among peers to leadership roles in school or community activities. Teaching them to use their strengths to support others, such as sharing toys, helping classmates, or including those who feel left out, nurtures empathy and fosters trust. Conversations about fairness and equality further prepare them to wield influence responsibly in adulthood. Seneca's observation, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor," serves as a reminder that true strength lies in contentment and service, not in exerting dominance over others. By instilling these principles in the next generation, we prepare them to lead with integrity, face challenges with resilience, and contribute to their communities with wisdom and compassion. The 5 observations provide a practical, timeless framework for building character, ensuring that future generations are equipped to navigate the complexities of modern life with clarity and purpose. Modern Stoicism, with its emphasis on inner strength and ethical living, serves as both a philosophy and a guide for teaching young people to live meaningfully, leaving a legacy that reflects the best of our shared humanity. As we conclude, remember the 5 observations we've explored: how people treat others, handle stress, value time, act in private, and manage power. These simple yet profound principles not only help us assess the character of those around us, but also guide us in becoming better versions of ourselves. As Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." So take these lessons from Stoicism and apply them to your daily life, whether in your personal growth, relationships, or leadership journey. How will you use these insights to shape your actions and mindset? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's continue this conversation together. If you found value in today's video, like, share, and subscribe to Stoic in Your Life for more insights to help you live with purpose and resilience. 10 signs to identify a toxic person in your life. Wisdom for living. Stoicism. Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. Marcus Aurelius. Have you ever felt a strange, heavy cloud hanging over your interactions? A sense that someone in your life is subtly poisoning your peace, like a shadow that looms over your every thought? In today's video on Stoic in Your Life, we're diving deep into the 10 unmistakable signs to help you identify these toxic individuals who may be lurking in your circle, silently eroding your happiness and self-worth. And trust me, the final sign might just change the way you see everything. But that's not all. Stick around till the end, where I'll share actionable Stoic strategies to not only protect yourself, but also reclaim your inner tranquility and resilience. Imagine breaking free from their toxic grip and stepping into a space of clarity and strength. Before we dive into this essential wisdom, don't forget to hit subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a chance to strengthen your Stoic journey. Are you ready to take control and guard your peace of mind? Let's start by uncovering the first sign, the energy thief. Have you ever noticed someone in your life who always seems to leave you feeling drained, as if they've tapped into your energy like a silent siphon? These individuals are emotional leeches, subtly feeding off your joy and calmness. But today, you'll learn the Stoic way to identify them and cut off their power, ensuring you stand unshaken in your personal power. Number 1. Manipulators are skilled at subtle deceit. The greatest deception men suffer is from their own opinions. Leonardo da Vinci. Today, we dive into the subtle world of manipulation, exploring one of the most insidious traits a toxic person can possess. We'll explore how manipulators craft their deceptions with precision, often hiding in plain sight, weaving a web that can trap even the most cautious among us. If you've ever felt your energy drained, your decisions questioned, or your reality subtly distorted, stay with us. because today we're not just identifying manipulators, we're learning how to break free from their grasp. Manipulators are skilled at subtle deceit. Have you ever felt like something was off in a conversation? Like a hidden undercurrent you couldn't quite put your finger on? This is often the handiwork of a manipulator, a person who excels at subtle deceit. Manipulators are masters at reading people, sensing their vulnerabilities, and then using that knowledge to their advantage. They are not always obvious. In fact, their skill lies in their subtlety. Like a seasoned poker player, they play their cards close to their chest, giving just enough away to keep you guessing while concealing their true intentions. You might think they have your best interests at heart, but beneath their words lies a carefully calculated strategy designed to control, influence, and ultimately, bend your will to theirs. As the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius advised, the best revenge is not to be like your enemy. Yet, how can you not become like your enemy if you cannot first identify them? Manipulators thrive on ambiguity and use half-truths and omissions as tools of their trade. They may twist facts or slightly alter events to suit their narrative, leaving you questioning your own memory and judgment. Have you ever found yourself doubting a recollection because someone insisted it happened differently? This tactic, known as gaslighting, is a favorite of the manipulator. By constantly keeping you on your toes, they ensure that you are always second-guessing yourself, unsure of what is real and what is a figment of their carefully crafted reality. This uncertainty makes you easier to control as you become more reliant on their version of events and their judgment. In a modern context, think about how a manipulative coworker might twist a story about a project mishap, subtly shifting blame to you without ever directly accusing you. They might say, "I thought we agreed you would handle that," leaving you confused and on the defensive. Or perhaps in a relationship, where a partner might say, "I never said that," when you distinctly remember them saying exactly that. This form of manipulation not only destabilizes you but also erodes your confidence over time. Manipulators are also adept at playing the victim. They know how to twist a narrative to make themselves appear vulnerable or wronged, compelling you to feel sympathy or guilt. This manipulation is often subtle, expressed through phrases like, "I'm just trying to help," or "I'm only doing this because I care about you." On the surface, these words seem supportive, even loving, but they are laced with a hidden agenda, an attempt to keep you ensnared in their web of control. By making you feel indebted or guilty, they gain leverage over you, making it difficult for you to see them as the source of toxicity in your life. Think about a scenario where a friend constantly borrows money, and when you hesitate, they say, "I thought you cared about our friendship." Such a statement can make you feel guilty and push you into actions that you are uncomfortable with. This is a classic manipulative tactic, using your values and emotions against you to achieve their goals. Moreover, manipulators often wear a mask of benevolence, presenting themselves as wise, caring, or even self-sacrificing. They use this facade to build trust and make you lower your guard. They might offer unsolicited advice, not out of a desire to help, but as a means to subtly exert control over your decisions. Over time, this can lead to a slow erosion of your autonomy. You might find yourself increasingly dependent on their guidance, fearing that without their input, you might make a mistake or fail in some way. This dependency is exactly what they want, as it gives them more power over you. Think of a mentor or advisor who, rather than empowering you to think independently, always seems to have the final say in your choices, often steering you in directions that serve their interests more than your own. Manipulation, in all its forms, is about control. The manipulator wants to control your emotions, your thoughts, and ultimately, your actions. They use deceit not as an occasional tactic but as a constant strategy. Their subtlety is their strength, allowing them to operate under the radar, often without detection. As you learn to recognize these signs, remember the words of Seneca, "He who has great power should use it lightly." The manipulator, however, wields their power heavily and often. Recognizing their tactics is the first step in breaking free from their influence. So, how can you protect yourself from manipulators? First, cultivate self-awareness. Understand your values, needs, and boundaries and hold them firm. When you know who you are and what you stand for, it becomes much harder for someone else to twist your reality. Second, practice discernment. Not every kind word is spoken out of kindness, and not every harsh word is meant to harm. Evaluate actions more than words. Third, seek clarity. If someone's behavior confuses you, ask direct questions and seek straightforward answers. Manipulators thrive on ambiguity. Clarity is their enemy. And finally, trust your intuition. If something feels off, it probably is. Your gut feeling is often a powerful indicator that someone is not what they seem. Identifying manipulators in your life is not just about recognizing their deceit. It's about reclaiming your power, your autonomy, and your peace of mind. As you navigate your relationships, both personal and professional, keep your eyes open for these subtle signs of manipulation. Empower yourself with knowledge, stay anchored in your values, and remember, your life is yours to lead, not theirs to control. Number 2, the relentless critic always finding flaws. The relentless critic always finding flaws. Have you ever encountered someone who seems to have a knack for pointing out every tiny flaw in everything you do? This person is known as the relentless critic, someone who never misses an opportunity to find fault, no matter how small or insignificant. They thrive on criticism, often masking it under the guise of constructive feedback or just trying to help. But let's be honest, their intentions aren't always as pure as they claim. Their constant nitpicking, whether it's about your work, your choices, or even your appearance, is less about helping you improve and more about asserting their own superiority. A relentless critic isn't interested in building you up. Their primary goal is to keep you down, to make you feel less than, so they can feel more in control or more competent. You might be wondering, why does this behavior affect us so deeply? It's because over time, constant criticism can erode even the strongest self-esteem, leaving you questioning your abilities and second-guessing your decisions. Think about a time in your life when you've dealt with such a person. Maybe it was a boss who never had a good word to say about your work, always pointing out the negatives and never acknowledging the positives. Or perhaps it was a friend or family member who always seemed to have a comment on what you were doing wrong, never recognizing what you were doing right. These people are like a constant drip of negativity, slowly wearing you down, making you doubt yourself and your worth. In the workplace, for example, the relentless critic might constantly find fault with your projects, even when you've gone above and beyond. They might say things like, "I would have done it this way," or, "Did you really think this was a good idea?" These comments, often framed as advice, are intended to make you feel inadequate. Have you ever felt a sense of dread when you see an email from a certain colleague or a family gathering where you know a particular relative will be there? That's the power of the relentless critic. They make you feel small, insignificant, and constantly on edge. Why do they behave this way? Often, relentless critics are projecting their insecurities onto others. They criticize not because they believe what they're saying, but because they are battling their own feelings of inadequacy. By putting others down, they feel a fleeting sense of superiority, a temporary escape from their own self-doubt. But how does one navigate such toxic behavior? One way is by recognizing their behavior for what it is, a reflection of their own inner turmoil, not a true reflection of your worth or abilities. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This wisdom is particularly relevant here. When faced with relentless criticism, rather than internalizing it, use it as an opportunity to practice self-awareness and resilience. Ask yourself, is this criticism constructive, or is it just another attempt to undermine me? Is there any truth to it, or is it simply an expression of someone else's dissatisfaction with themselves? Consider the story of Thomas Edison, who faced relentless criticism throughout his life, especially when working on the invention of the electric light bulb. Many people told him he would never succeed, that his ideas were impractical, even laughable. But instead of letting this criticism defeat him, Edison used it as fuel to keep going. He famously said, I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. This is the mindset we need to cultivate when dealing with the relentless critic. View their words not as a reflection of your potential, but as an opportunity to refine your resolve and perseverance. Now, how does this apply to your daily life? Suppose you have a coworker who always finds something wrong with your presentations, or a partner who constantly comments on your choices in a way that makes you feel judged. Instead of letting their words dictate your self-worth, remind yourself of your strengths and achievements. Keep a mental or even a written list of your successes, big and small, and revisit this list whenever you feel the weight of their criticism. This practice helps reinforce your self-esteem and reminds you that you are more than the sum of someone else's negative opinions. You have your own path, your own journey, and your own measures of success. When dealing with a relentless critic, it's also crucial to set boundaries. Let them know, in a calm but firm manner, that while you appreciate constructive feedback, you do not welcome unnecessary negativity. This might sound daunting, but remember, boundaries are essential for maintaining your mental well-being and self-respect. Ask yourself, what am I willing to accept and where do I draw the line? By setting these boundaries, you take back control over your emotional space and refuse to be a dumping ground for someone else's negativity. Remember that the relentless critic is often more about their own battles than yours. Their constant need to find flaws is a reflection of their struggles with their self-worth. By recognizing this, you can shield yourself from the impact of their negativity. Use their criticism as a reminder of your own strength and a challenge to remain steadfast in your path. As Marcus Aurelius said, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Apply this wisdom to your interactions with relentless critics, and you will find yourself more resilient, more confident, and more in control of your life. So the next time someone points out a flaw, take a deep breath, reflect on the truth of their words, and if it's just more noise from a relentless critic, let it pass like a breeze. Remember, your worth is not defined by someone else's insecurities. Number 3, the narcissist. Instead of getting caught up in their drama or feeling compelled to validate their ego, focus on maintaining your own sense of peace and self-worth. Have you ever noticed that when you stop feeding into their need for attention, the narcissist often escalates their behavior? They might try new tactics to draw you back into their orbit, playing the victim, throwing a tantrum, or even suddenly showering you with affection and attention. This is known as love bombing, a tactic used to regain control by making you feel special and needed, only to return to their self-centered ways once they feel secure again. Don't be fooled by this cycle. It's just another strategy to keep you tethered to their needs, not yours. It's important to stay firm in your boundaries and recognize that their attempts to draw you back in are just another form of manipulation. Ask yourself, is it worth staying in a relationship, be it professional or personal, where your needs are consistently disregarded? The answer will guide you on how to proceed. It may mean distancing yourself from the narcissist, or even cutting ties altogether. This might feel harsh, especially if it involves someone you care about. But remember that self-care is not selfish, it's necessary. Reflecting on the wisdom of Seneca, associate with people who are likely to improve you, and avoid those who drag you down. This is particularly important when dealing with narcissists, who often drain your energy and offer little in return. Dealing with a narcissist requires a balance of empathy and firmness. You must understand that their behavior is a reflection of their own internal battles and not a measure of your worth. Protect your emotional well-being by setting boundaries, maintaining your own sense of self, and not allowing their need for attention to overshadow your own needs and desires. Remember, a healthy relationship is based on mutual respect, not one-sided admiration. By recognizing the signs of narcissism and taking proactive steps to protect yourself, you reclaim your power and create space for more positive, supportive, and balanced relationships in your life. So the next time you find yourself in the presence of a narcissist, take a deep breath, remember your worth, and don't be afraid to put your needs first. After all, You deserve relationships that uplift you, not ones that diminish your light. Instead of getting caught up in their drama or feeling compelled to validate their ego, focus on maintaining your own sense of peace and self-worth. Have you ever noticed that when you stop feeding into their need for attention, the narcissist often escalates their behavior? They might try new tactics to draw you back into their orbit, playing the victim, throwing a tantrum, or even suddenly showering you with affection and attention. This is known as love bombing, a tactic used to regain control by making you feel special and needed, only to return to their self-centered ways once they feel secure again. Don't be fooled by this cycle. It's just another strategy to keep you tethered to their needs, not yours. It's important to stay firm in your boundaries and recognize that their attempts to draw you back in are just another form of manipulation. Ask yourself, is it worth staying in a relationship, be it professional or personal, where your needs are consistently disregarded? The answer will guide you on how to proceed. It may mean distancing yourself from the narcissist, or even cutting ties altogether. This might feel harsh, especially if it involves someone you care about. But remember that self-care is not selfish, it's necessary. Reflecting on the wisdom of Seneca, associate with people who are likely to improve you, and avoid those who drag you down. This is particularly important when dealing with narcissists, who often drain your energy and offer little in return. Dealing with a narcissist requires a balance of empathy and firmness. You must understand that their behavior is a reflection of their own internal battles and not a measure of your worth. Protect your emotional well-being by setting boundaries, maintaining your own sense of self, and not allowing their need for attention to overshadow your own needs and desires. Remember, a healthy relationship is based on mutual respect, not one-sided admiration. By recognizing the signs of narcissism and taking proactive steps to protect yourself, you reclaim your power and create space for more positive, supportive, and balanced relationships in your life. So, the next time you find yourself in the presence of a narcissist, take a deep breath, remember your worth, and don't be afraid to put your needs first. After all, you deserve relationships that uplift you, not ones that diminish your light. Number 4. The silent saboteur. The greatest weapon against stress is our ability to choose one thought over another. William James. If you've ever felt that someone close to you is subtly pulling you down or undermining your success, stay with us, because today we're learning how to identify and protect ourselves from the silent saboteur's hidden games. Now let's talk about the silent saboteur, one of the most insidious types of toxic people you might encounter. Unlike the overt critic or the obvious narcissist, the silent saboteur operates in the shadows, often using subtle, underhanded tactics to undermine your efforts and success. This person may appear supportive on the surface, offering a kind smile or a seemingly encouraging word. But beneath this facade lies a more sinister intention. They may express doubt in your abilities at just the right moment to make you second-guess yourself or withhold important information that could help you succeed. Have you ever wondered why you feel deflated after speaking with someone, even though they didn't say anything overtly negative? This is the hallmark of a silent saboteur. Their methods are quiet but effective, eroding your confidence and self-belief over time. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca wisely noted, it is the power of the mind to be unconquerable. But when a silent saboteur is at work, they subtly chip away at that very power, making you feel uncertain and vulnerable. Consider a scenario at work where a colleague seemingly agrees with your ideas in a meeting, but later, in one-on-one conversations with others, they cast doubt on your suggestions or subtly undermine your authority. They might say, "I'm not sure if that's the best approach, but if you think so," planting seeds of doubt without directly opposing you. Or perhaps it's a friend who never outright criticizes your life choices, but frequently shares stories of others' failures in similar situations, indirectly suggesting that you too are likely to fail. In relationships, a silent saboteur might support your goals verbally, but their actions don't align. For example, they might forget to pass along a crucial piece of information, conveniently misremember details that are important to you, or offer faint praise that leaves you feeling uneasy. The key characteristic of a silent saboteur is their subtlety. Their actions are so understated that it's easy to overlook them, or even to blame yourself for feeling undermined. Why do they do this? Often it's because they feel threatened by your potential or achievements. Rather than openly competing or addressing their insecurities, they choose a covert route, hoping to keep you from shining too brightly. The silent saboteur fears being overshadowed, so they quietly work to keep you in check, all while maintaining the appearance of being on your side. They thrive on ambiguity, leaving you to wonder whether you're being overly sensitive or paranoid. And that's the most dangerous part of their game. They make you doubt your perceptions, leading to a slow erosion of confidence. As Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one." Yet, how can you embody this Stoic virtue when someone is subtly undermining your every effort to grow and improve? A modern example might be found in a competitive workplace environment. Suppose you have a coworker who, whenever you discuss your successes, responds with comments like, "That's great, but have you thought about how difficult it will be to maintain that pace?" Or, "Congratulations, just be careful because things can go wrong fast." On the surface, these statements might seem like friendly advice, but they carry an underlying message of doubt and discouragement. The silent saboteur rarely delivers outright negative feedback. Instead, they use implication and insinuation to achieve their ends. Their words are like water slowly dripping on stone, wearing away at your confidence bit by bit. You might find yourself beginning to hold back in meetings, questioning your ideas more, or feeling generally deflated in their presence. Have you ever asked yourself, "Why do I feel less capable or less confident after interacting with this person?" If you felt this way, you might be dealing with a silent saboteur. They don't need to shout or argue. Their subtlety is their strength. Their impact is like that of a poison that takes effect slowly but surely. The damage isn't done in a single blow, but through 1,000 small cuts, each one barely noticeable until you find yourself weakened, uncertain, and doubting your path. The silent saboteur's goal is to keep you off balance, to make you feel less than what you are capable of becoming. So how do you protect yourself from such a person? The first step is awareness. Once you identify a pattern in their behavior, it becomes easier to see through their tactics. You need to trust your instincts and acknowledge your feelings. If you consistently feel undermined or doubt yourself after interactions with them, don't dismiss these feelings as mere paranoia. Remember the wisdom of Epictetus. First, learn the meaning of what you say, and then speak. Reflect on their words and actions carefully, separating their intentions from their facade of friendliness or concern. Setting boundaries is another essential strategy. You might limit the time you spend with them or keep conversations to topics that don't allow them to sow doubt or undermine you. If they continue to subtly sabotage your efforts, it might be necessary to have a candid conversation, addressing the behavior in a calm, direct manner. Say something like, "I appreciate your input, but I'd like to focus on positive and constructive discussions." This approach not only sets a clear boundary, but also signals that you are aware of their tactics without being confrontational. Moreover, surround yourself with people who genuinely support and encourage your growth. As Seneca said, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you." These supportive individuals can counteract the effects of the silent saboteur by reinforcing your confidence and helping you maintain a balanced perspective. When you have a strong support system, the power of the saboteur diminishes, and their attempts to undermine you become less effective. The silent saboteur may not be as overt as other toxic personalities, but their impact can be just as damaging. By recognizing their subtle tactics, trusting your own perceptions, and setting clear boundaries, you can protect yourself from their undermining influence. Remember, your path to growth and success is yours to shape, and you have the power to stay true to it. Don't let the quiet whispers of doubt from a silent saboteur derail you. Instead, stand firm, stay focused, and surround yourself with those who uplift you. As you navigate your journey, Keep in mind that your worth is not defined by those who seek to bring you down, but by your resilience, your self-awareness, and your commitment to living a life of integrity and purpose. Thank you for joining us in today's video. Before we move on to the next segment, I'd like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude for your presence. It's a pleasure to have you as part of our growing community. I invite you to share your story or personal impressions in the comments below. If you're unsure of what to say, simply leave a comment saying, "I am a newbie," if you've just joined us, or "I am Stoic," if you've been with us for a while. Your engagement not only marks your presence, but also serves as a powerful motivation for us to continue bringing you valuable content. All right, let's continue this journey together, shall we? Number 5. The obsessive controller who tries to control every part of your life. Let's dive into the traits of one of the most suffocating toxic personalities you might encounter, the obsessive controller. This person doesn't just want to have a say in your decisions. They want to dictate every aspect of your life. Have you ever felt like someone around you is constantly trying to steer your choices, from what you wear, eat, or whom you spend time with, to how you should think and feel? This is the hallmark of the obsessive controller. They crave power over others, often masking their controlling nature under the guise of concern or helpfulness. They might say things like, "I just want what's best for you," but if you look closer, you'll notice that what they really want is to shape your life according to their desires and expectations. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus once remarked, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Yet an obsessive controller seeks to become the master of you, subtly eroding your freedom and autonomy with every directive they give. Consider a modern example of this behavior in a relationship. Maybe it's a partner who insists on knowing every detail of your day, questioning your every move, and making you feel guilty if you don't conform to their expectations. They might disguise their controlling nature as love or care, saying, "I'm only looking out for you." But their actions speak louder than words. They start by offering advice, but quickly this turns into dictating your actions. Or think about a parent who still treats you like a child, managing your finances or trying to control your career choices despite the fact that you're a grown adult. This controlling behavior can extend to friendships in the workplace as well, where a colleague or boss might attempt to micromanage every task you undertake, leaving you feeling powerless and frustrated. The obsessive controller thrives on your compliance and will often escalate their behavior if you begin to assert your independence, leading to conflicts and emotional exhaustion. Why do they behave this way? The obsessive controller often has deep-seated insecurities and a profound fear of losing control. By dictating your actions, they create an illusion of order in their own chaotic inner world. They believe that by controlling others, they can avoid the unpredictability and vulnerability that comes with life's uncertainties. But at what cost? To maintain their control, they may resort to manipulative tactics such as guilt-tripping, gaslighting, or even isolating you from others who might offer you a different perspective or support. They might say things like, "If you really loved me, you would do what I say," or "You can't trust anyone else, they don't know you like I do." Over time, these tactics can erode your self-esteem and make you doubt your own judgment and decisions. Have you ever found yourself second-guessing your choices or feeling anxious about how someone will react to your decisions? This is a sign that an obsessive controller might be influencing you more than you realize. A powerful story that illustrates this point involves a successful entrepreneur who, despite his professional achievements, found himself constantly controlled by his business partner. This partner, under the guise of protecting their shared interests, would dictate every move, from which clients to engage with to how to manage daily operations, leaving the entrepreneur feeling stifled and creatively drained. Whenever the entrepreneur suggested a new idea or approach, the partner would undermine it with phrases like, "We can't risk that," or "You don't understand the stakes here." Over time, the entrepreneur began to feel like a mere spectator in his own business, his confidence slowly eroded by the constant need to conform to his partner's vision. He realized that his partner's obsession with control was less about the business and more about maintaining power over him, a dynamic that was ultimately toxic and unsustainable. But how do you break free from such a controlling person? The first step is recognizing their behavior for what it is, an attempt to impose their will over yours, not out of love or concern, but out of a need for dominance. Remember the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius, who said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The obsessive controller's power lies in your willingness to cede control to them. By reclaiming your sense of autonomy and recognizing that you have the right to make your own decisions, you begin to dismantle their influence over you. Setting clear, firm boundaries is crucial. You might say, "I appreciate your input, but I am going to make this decision on my own." Or, "I need you to respect my space and choices." Be prepared for resistance. The obsessive controller is unlikely to relinquish their grip without a fight. They may escalate their "be prepared for resistance." The obsessive controller is unlikely to relinquish their grip without a fight. They may escalate their tactics using emotional manipulation or even outright aggression to reassert their control. It is essential to remain calm and composed, standing firm in your boundaries while refusing to engage in their emotional games. This is where the Stoic practice of self-control and inner calm becomes invaluable. Remind yourself of Epictetus's teaching, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Focus on maintaining your inner peace, knowing that their attempts to control you are a reflection of their own fears and insecurities, not a measure of your worth or capabilities. Have you ever asked yourself why you allow someone to control you? It's a difficult question, but one worth considering. Sometimes it's easier to let someone else take the reins, especially if they appear more confident or assertive. However, giving up your autonomy comes at a steep price: your freedom, your self-respect, and ultimately, your happiness. The obsessive controller's influence diminishes only when you begin to trust your own judgment and make decisions based on your own values and desires, not theirs. Surround yourself with people who respect your independence and encourage you to grow in your own way. As Seneca advised, associate with people who are likely to improve you. These positive influences will help you rebuild your confidence and remind you of your ability to lead your own life. Dealing with an obsessive controller is about reclaiming your power and autonomy. It requires courage to stand up to their controlling behavior and assert your right to make your own choices. Remember, no one has the right to dictate your life or make you feel less than you are. By setting boundaries, trusting your instincts, and surrounding yourself with supportive, empowering people, you can break free from the grip of an obsessive controller and live a life that is truly your own. It's your journey, your story. Don't let someone else write it for you. Take back the pen, reclaim your narrative, and move forward with confidence, knowing that you are the master of your own destiny. Number 6. The compulsive liar, spinning elaborate tales. Let's explore the dangerous web woven by the compulsive liar, an individual who cannot seem to resist the urge to fabricate stories no matter how unnecessary or trivial. Have you ever met someone who constantly exaggerates their accomplishments, changes their stories, or invents new realities? This person is a compulsive liar, someone who feels compelled to bend the truth or create false narratives, not just to manipulate others, but often out of a deep-seated need to create a more favorable image of themselves or to control the narrative. Compulsive liars are master storytellers, spinning elaborate tales that often seem convincing, at least initially. They might lie to gain sympathy, to avoid responsibility, or simply to impress those around them. But over time, their web of lies becomes increasingly tangled, and it's only a matter of time before they're caught in it themselves. The Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." However, the compulsive liar lives in a world where truth is fluid, bending and twisting to fit their needs at any given moment. Think about a time in your life when you've encountered such a person. Maybe it was a coworker who always seemed to embellish their past achievements, making them sound like the hero in every story. or a friend who constantly fabricated details about their personal life to seem more exciting or more troubled than they really are. The problem with compulsive liars is that their dishonesty isn't always obvious at first. They can be charming, persuasive, and often seem genuinely sincere. It might start with small, seemingly harmless lies. Maybe they claim to have read a book they haven't or seen a movie they never watched. But soon, these small lies escalate into bigger, more damaging ones, and before you know it, you're caught in a web of deceit that's hard to unravel. Why do they lie, you might ask? Often it's because they feel inadequate or insecure. They believe that the truth isn't good enough, so they embellish it, creating a more appealing, if fictional, version of reality. They seek validation and acceptance, but don't believe they can get it by being honest. Have you ever found yourself questioning your own memory or perception after a conversation with a compulsive liar, wondering if maybe you're the one who misunderstood? A modern example of this behavior can be found in many workplaces. Consider a colleague who, in meetings, always seems to take credit for ideas that weren't theirs or exaggerates their role in successful projects. They might say things like, "I was the one who came up with that strategy," or "Everyone was against me, but I pushed through and look how well it turned out." At first you might believe them, but over time, inconsistencies start to emerge. Perhaps another colleague points out a different version of events, or you start to notice that their stories always cast them in a particularly favorable light, no matter the situation. This creates an atmosphere of mistrust and can poison team dynamics, as others begin to realize that the compulsive liar isn't just embellishing, they're fundamentally dishonest. In personal relationships, this can be even more damaging. Think of a partner who lies about where they've been or who they've been with, constantly spinning stories to cover up their actions or intentions. These lies create cracks in the foundation of trust, which, if left unaddressed, can lead to the collapse of the relationship altogether. But how do you deal with a compulsive liar in your life? The first step is to recognize their behavior for what it is, a defense mechanism rooted in fear and insecurity, rather than a direct attack on you. Understand that their lies are often more about them than about you. The Stoic philosopher Seneca once said, "A sword never kills anybody. It is a tool in the killer's hand." Similarly, a lie does not harm unless it is believed and acted upon. Acknowledge the lies, but don't let them shake your sense of reality or self-worth. Instead of reacting with anger or frustration, approach the situation with curiosity and calm. Ask yourself, why is this person lying? What are they trying to achieve or avoid? Understanding their motivations can help you decide how to respond, whether to confront them, distance yourself, or simply choose not to engage with their falsehoods. It's also important to set clear boundaries. Let them know that honesty is important to you and that you won't tolerate deceit. For example, you might say, "I value transparency and truth in our relationship, and I feel uncomfortable when I hear things that don't add up. Can we agree to be more honest with each other?" However, it's crucial to prepare for the possibility that they may deny their lies or become defensive. Compulsive liars rarely admit to their deceit, because doing so would shatter the carefully constructed image they've created. They might even accuse you of being paranoid or distrustful, turning the tables to make you feel guilty for questioning them. This is a classic manipulation tactic. Don't fall for it. Keep your cool, stick to the facts, and stand firm in your commitment to truth and integrity. Remember Epictetus's wisdom. It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. The compulsive liar often believes their own fabrications, making it difficult for them to see the truth even when it's right in front of them. Your job isn't to convince them. They must come to that realization on their own, but rather to protect your own mental and emotional well-being. Think about the impact of having a compulsive liar in your life. Have you noticed how it can drain your energy, erode your trust, and make you second-guess your own instincts? Over time, these effects can accumulate, leaving you feeling disoriented and even betrayed. The best way to counteract this is to surround yourself with people who value honesty and integrity, people who uplift and support you rather than drag you into their web of lies. As Marcus Aurelius taught, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. By maintaining a focus on truth, clarity, and genuine connection, you ensure that your soul remains untainted by deceit and dishonesty. Seek out those who are straightforward and honest, and foster relationships built on mutual respect and trust. This not only strengthens your personal resilience, but also diminishes the power that a compulsive liar might hold over you. Dealing with a compulsive liar is about maintaining your own integrity and perspective in the face of dishonesty. Recognize the signs, understand their motivations, and don't allow their behavior to undermine your sense of reality. Set clear boundaries, communicate your expectations, and choose to engage with those who share your values of honesty and truthfulness. Remember, the truth has a power of its own, one that lies can never match. By staying grounded in your commitment to authenticity and integrity, you protect yourself from the damaging effects of a compulsive liar and create a space for healthier, more fulfilling relationships in your life. So, the next time you find yourself faced with a tale that seems too good to be true, take a step back, assess the situation with a clear mind, and remember that your truth is your greatest defense against deception. Number 7. The emotional chameleon, turning life into a roller coaster. He who is in harmony with himself is in harmony with the universe. Marcus Aurelius. Now we delve into the bewildering behavior of the emotional chameleon, those individuals who can turn your life into a constant emotional roller coaster. We'll explore how these people shift their moods and behaviors in a heartbeat, leaving you perpetually on edge and questioning your reality. If you've ever felt exhausted trying to keep up with someone's unpredictable emotions or walking on eggshells around them, stay tuned, because today we're going to uncover the truth behind the emotional chameleon and how you can protect your peace of mind. Let's take a closer look at the emotional chameleon, a type of person who can leave you feeling disoriented, exhausted, and always on edge. Have you ever had someone in your life who seemed to change their mood as quickly as the wind changes direction? One moment they're warm, affectionate, and full of praise, and the next, they're cold, distant, or even hostile. This person is an emotional chameleon, someone who shifts their emotional state rapidly and often unpredictably, making it incredibly difficult for those around them to feel any sense of stability or peace. Their behavior can be baffling and disconcerting, as you never quite know which version of them you'll get on any given day. It's like being on a roller coaster, where the highs are thrilling but the lows are terrifying and you never quite know when the next drop is coming. This type of unpredictability can be emotionally draining, leading to a constant state of anxiety or hypervigilance as you try to anticipate their next move. An emotional chameleon is often driven by a deep need for control and attention. They thrive on the emotional reactions they elicit from others, whether it's making someone feel elated one minute or anxious the next. You might find yourself constantly trying to appease them, adjusting your behavior to keep them happy or avoid triggering their anger. But as Epictetus wisely said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." The emotional chameleon is not a master of their emotions. Instead, they are often slaves to their shifting moods and whims. And if you're not careful, you can find yourself getting caught up in their emotional chaos, losing your own sense of balance and tranquility in the process. Consider a modern example, a friend who one day showers you with compliments and insists you're their closest confidant, only to ignore your calls or messages the next, leaving you confused and hurt. Or a colleague who is all smiles and praise in a meeting, but the next day, they act as if you've done something wrong without ever explaining what changed. This behavior can also be seen in romantic relationships, where a partner might be loving and attentive one moment, but dismissive or angry the next, making you feel like you're constantly walking on eggshells. It's important to recognize that this type of person often uses their unpredictable behavior to keep you off balance, maintaining control over the dynamic and ensuring that you remain focused on them and their needs. Why do they act this way? Often the emotional chameleon has deep-rooted insecurities and fears of abandonment or rejection. By constantly shifting their emotional state, they keep others guessing and ensure that they remain the center of attention. This unpredictability can create a kind of emotional dependency, where you become so focused on trying to manage their moods that you lose sight of your own needs and feelings. Have you ever noticed how, after spending time with an emotional chameleon, you feel drained, anxious, or even question your own perceptions? This is because they create an environment of emotional turbulence, where it becomes difficult to trust your own feelings and instincts. Their mood swings are not just random. They are often a deliberate tactic to keep you emotionally invested and to ensure that your energy is focused on them. How can you deal with an emotional chameleon? The first step is to recognize their behavior for what it is, a form of emotional manipulation. Understand that their shifting moods and erratic behavior are often not about you, but about their own internal struggles and need for control. As Marcus Aurelius advises, the best revenge is not to be like your enemy. This means maintaining your own emotional equilibrium, no matter how unpredictable they may be. It's important to establish clear boundaries with an emotional chameleon, letting them know that while you care about them, you will not allow their behavior to dictate your own emotional state. For example, you might say, "I value our relationship, but I need consistency and honesty in our interactions. If something is bothering you, let's talk about it directly instead of playing emotional games." Additionally, practice self-awareness and emotional resilience. Keep a journal or take time to reflect on your feelings after interacting with them. Are you constantly feeling anxious or on edge? Are you changing your behavior to accommodate their moods? This self-reflection can help you recognize patterns and make more conscious choices about how you engage with them. Remember the words of Seneca, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Don't let the emotional chameleon's behavior become a source of unnecessary suffering in your life. By staying grounded and aware of your own feelings, you can protect yourself from their emotional turbulence. It can also be helpful to seek support from others who understand your situation. Talk to true. But over time, their web of lies becomes increasingly tangled, and it's only a matter of time before they're caught in it themselves. The Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." However, the compulsive liar lives in a world where truth is fluid, bending and twisting to fit their needs at any given moment. Think about a time in your life when you've encountered such a person. Maybe it was a coworker who always seemed to embellish their past achievements, making them sound like the hero in every story, or a friend who constantly fabricated details about their personal life to seem more exciting or more troubled than they really are. The problem with compulsive liars is that their dishonesty isn't always obvious at first. They can be charming, persuasive, and often seem genuinely sincere. It might start with small, seemingly harmless lies. Maybe they claim to have read a book they haven't or seen a movie they never watched. But soon, these small lies escalate into bigger, more damaging ones, and before you know it, you're caught in a web of deceit that's hard to unravel. Why do they lie, you might ask? Often it's because they feel inadequate or insecure. They believe that the truth isn't good enough, so they embellish it, creating a more appealing, if fictional, version of reality. They seek validation and acceptance, but don't believe they can get it by being honest. Have you ever found yourself questioning your own memory or perception after a conversation with a compulsive liar, wondering if maybe you're the one who misunderstood? A modern example of this behavior can be found in many workplaces. Consider a colleague who, in meetings, always seems to take credit for ideas that weren't theirs or exaggerates their role in successful projects. They might say things like, "I was the one who came up with that strategy," or "Everyone was against me, but I pushed through, and look how well it turned out." At first you might believe them, but over time inconsistencies start to emerge. Perhaps another colleague points out a different version of events, or you start to notice that their stories always cast them in a particularly favorable light no matter the situation. This creates an atmosphere of mistrust and can poison team dynamics, as others begin to realize that the compulsive liar isn't just embellishing, they're fundamentally dishonest. In personal relationships, this can be even more damaging. Think of a partner who lies about where they've been or who they've been with, constantly spinning stories to cover up their actions or intentions. These lies create cracks in the foundation of trust, which, if left unaddressed, can lead to the collapse of the relationship altogether. But how do you deal with a compulsive liar in your life? The first step is to recognize their behavior for what it is, a defense mechanism rooted in fear and insecurity, rather than a direct attack on you. Understand that their lies are often more about them than about you. The Stoic philosopher Seneca once said, "A sword never kills anybody. It is a tool in the killer's hand." Similarly, a lie does not harm unless it is believed and acted upon. Acknowledge the lies, but don't let them shake your sense of reality or self-worth. Instead of reacting with anger or frustration, approach the situation with curiosity and calm. Ask yourself, why is this person lying? What are they trying to achieve or avoid? Understanding their motivations can help you decide how to respond, whether to confront them, distance yourself, or simply choose not to engage with their falsehoods. It's also important to set clear boundaries. Let them know that honesty is important to you and that you won't tolerate deceit. For example, you might say, "I value transparency and truth in our relationship, and I feel uncomfortable when I hear things that don't add up. Can we agree to be more honest with each other?" Number 8. The professional victim always blaming others. Let's focus on one of the most draining, toxic personalities you might encounter, the professional victim. This type of person is someone who perpetually sees themselves as the sufferer in every situation, always blaming others for their misfortunes, never taking responsibility for their own actions or choices. Have you ever had someone in your life who seems to always be in a state of crisis, always complaining about how unfairly life treats them? This is the professional victim. They have mastered the art of playing the victim card, twisting every scenario to make themselves seem wronged, oppressed, or misunderstood. They are quick to point fingers, often painting themselves as the innocent party in every conflict, while conveniently overlooking their role in the unfolding drama. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca once said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." The professional victim craves attention, sympathy, and validation, but does not recognize that these cravings keep them trapped in a cycle of blame and self-pity. Think about a situation where you have encountered a professional victim. Perhaps it was a friend who always seems to have a new story of how someone did them wrong, whether it's a boss who doesn't appreciate them, a partner who doesn't understand them, or a family member who mistreats them. These individuals have a way of turning every discussion into a recount of their latest hardship. At first, you might feel sympathy, wanting to offer support and understanding. But over time, you begin to notice a pattern. No matter what happens, they are never at fault. They never consider how their own actions or decisions might have contributed to their circumstances. Instead, they perpetuate a narrative where they are the perpetual victim, always at the mercy of others' wrongdoing. This behavior is not only frustrating, but can also become emotionally exhausting, as you find yourself constantly trying to comfort or console them, only to realize that nothing ever changes. Why is that, you might ask? Because a professional victim doesn't actually want solutions. They thrive on the attention and sympathy that comes from being perceived as a victim. In a modern work environment, this might look like a colleague who never seems to get along with anyone and always blames their lack of progress on being mistreated or overlooked. They might say things like, "No one ever gives me a chance," or "I'm always stuck with the worst projects." You might initially think they're just having a tough time, but then you realize that they have the same complaint about every job they've ever had. Or consider a personal relationship, where a partner constantly talks about how all their exes were terrible, how friends always abandon them, or how their family never supports them. At first, you might believe their stories, but after a while, you start to see a pattern. Every story, every complaint has the same common denominator. They are always the victim, and someone else is always to blame. This constant blame game creates a toxic dynamic where you feel drained, frustrated, and maybe even guilty for not being able to fix their problems. Why do they adopt this mindset? Often the professional victim has learned, consciously or unconsciously, that playing the victim role is a way to gain attention and avoid responsibility. It allows them to deflect criticism and sidestep accountability for their own actions. By blaming others for their problems, they avoid facing uncomfortable truths about themselves and their own behavior. Have you ever found yourself feeling sorry for someone, even when you know their problems are largely self-inflicted? This is the effect of the professional victim's narrative. They pull you into their world of blame and self-pity, making you a participant in their endless drama. They are so focused on what's wrong with everyone else that they never take the time to look in the mirror and ask, what role am I playing in this situation? How do you deal with a professional victim in your life? The first step is to recognize their behavior for what it is, a deflection and a refusal to take personal responsibility. Understand that while it's natural to want to help those who seem to be struggling, you cannot solve their problems for them, especially if they are not willing to take any steps to solve them themselves. As the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This means recognizing that while you can offer support and empathy, you are not responsible for fixing their problems. Nor should you allow their constant negativity to drag you down. Set clear boundaries with the professional victim. Let them know that while you are there to support them, you also believe in taking proactive steps to improve one's situation. Encourage them to look at their challenges from a different perspective and to consider what actions they can take to change their circumstances. For example, you might say, "I understand you're going through a tough time, but what do you think you can do to change the situation?" This shifts the focus from blaming others to taking personal responsibility, and while they may resist at first, it's an important step in breaking the cycle of blame. Be prepared for resistance or even pushback. The professional victim may react defensively or accuse you of not understanding their situation or of being unsupportive. They may double down on their victim narrative, insisting that they are powerless to change their situation and that you are being unfair for suggesting otherwise. It is essential to remain calm and assertive, reinforcing the message that while you care about them, true support involves encouraging self-reflection and growth, not simply validating their complaints. Remember the wisdom of Epictetus. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Stay grounded in your own truth and refuse to be drawn into their endless cycle of negativity and blame. Have you ever wondered why some people never seem to break free from their self-imposed victimhood? It's because they are caught in a comfort zone of blame, where it feels safer to point fingers than to look inward. However, true growth and freedom come from facing one's own flaws and taking ownership of one's actions. By refusing to engage in their blame games, you help the professional victim see that there is another way, a path of personal responsibility and empowerment. Encourage them to focus on what they can control and to let go of what they cannot. This shift in mindset is not only freeing, but also empowering, allowing them to take charge of their own lives rather than being at the mercy of others. Dealing with a professional victim requires a balance of empathy and firmness. You must recognize their behavior as a coping mechanism and not allow yourself to be drawn into their web of blame and self-pity. Set boundaries, encourage self-reflection, and offer support in ways that promote growth and responsibility rather than enabling their victim mindset. Remember, as Seneca wisely noted, associate with people who are likely to improve you. Surround yourself with individuals who inspire you to grow and take responsibility for your own life. And be wary of those who seek to pull you into their endless cycle of victimhood and blame. By doing so, you protect your own peace of mind and foster healthier, more balanced relationships built on mutual respect and accountability. So, the next time you encounter a professional victim, take a step back, set your boundaries, and remember that your own journey towards wisdom and peace is not theirs to disrupt. Instead, focus on your path, your growth, and your own responsibility for your happiness and success. Number 9. The reality denier, living in their own movie. Let's delve into the perplexing behavior of the reality denier, a person who seems to exist in a world entirely of their own making, constantly rewriting reality to fit their narrative. Have you ever met someone who, no matter what evidence or facts are presented, simply refuses to acknowledge the truth? This person lives in their own movie, where they are both the director and the star, shaping every event and interaction to suit their storyline. The reality denier is an expert at bending the facts, denying what is plainly in front of them, and creating an alternate version of events that places them at the center of their own imagined universe. They might dismiss clear evidence, insist that everyone else is wrong, or accuse others of misunderstanding or misinterpreting situations. As the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius once said, "Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth." However, the reality denier takes this to an extreme, turning their perspective into an unyielding alternative truth that often defies logic and reason. Think about a time when you've encountered a reality denier. Perhaps it was a colleague who, despite repeated feedback and clear data showing a project's failure, continued to insist that everything was on track and going perfectly well. Or maybe it was a friend or family member who, when confronted with their hurtful behavior, would immediately dismiss your feelings and deny any wrongdoing, instead choosing to rewrite history to make themselves appear blameless or even victimized. This person might say things like, "That never happened," or "You're just remembering it wrong," leaving you confused, frustrated, and doubting your own memory or perception. The reality denier's behavior can be incredibly frustrating because it feels like you are speaking two different languages or living in two different realities. You are grounded in facts and experiences, while they float above in a cloud of denial and delusion. Have you ever found yourself questioning your own reality after a conversation with such a person, wondering if maybe you are the one who misunderstood? This is the impact of a reality denier. They create a space where doubt and confusion thrive, eroding trust and clarity in any relationship they are a part of. Why do they do this? Often, reality deniers are deeply uncomfortable with vulnerability, criticism, or accountability. They cannot bear the thought of being wrong, so they construct elaborate mental defenses to protect themselves from facing uncomfortable truths. To them, acknowledging a mistake or admitting fault feels like an attack on their very identity. By rewriting reality, they can maintain a sense of control and avoid dealing with any painful emotions or consequences. It's a defense mechanism, a way of shielding themselves from what they perceive as threats to their ego or self-esteem. Have you noticed how a reality denier often becomes defensive or even aggressive when challenged? This is because, in their mind, admitting to reality feels like a loss of control or an admission of weakness. They would rather hold on to their version of events, no matter how implausible, than confront a truth that makes them feel vulnerable. Consider a modern example, a business leader who, despite declining sales and clear signs of trouble, insists that their strategy is flawless and that any problems are due to market conditions, competitors, or even disloyal employees. They might ignore the advice of experts, dismiss critical feedback, and surround themselves with people who only reinforce their views, creating an echo chamber where their version of reality goes unchallenged. Or think of a friend who, despite clear evidence that a relationship is toxic or failing, continues to paint a rosy picture, insisting that everything is fine and that any concerns are overblown or unfounded. This refusal to see reality for what it is can prevent growth, stall progress, and create a toxic environment where truth and honesty are sacrificed at the altar of ego preservation. How do you deal with a reality denier? The first step is to understand that their behavior is often more about protecting themselves than about attacking you. Recognize that their refusal to accept reality is a reflection of their inner turmoil and fear of facing uncomfortable truths, not a reflection of your worth or judgment. As Epictetus taught, it is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. The reality denier is trapped in a state of ignorance, convinced of their own infallibility, which makes genuine learning or growth almost impossible. Accept that you cannot force someone to see what they are unwilling or unable to acknowledge. Instead, focus on maintaining your own clarity and perspective, staying grounded in your understanding of the truth. Set boundaries with the reality denier. Let them know that while you respect their right to their perspective, you also have the right to yours. You might say, "I understand that you see things differently, but this is my experience and my truth." It's crucial to avoid getting drawn into endless debates or arguments, as these often only serve to reinforce their denial. Instead, state your perspective calmly and clearly, and then move on. Be prepared for them to continue denying or dismissing your views. This is their defense mechanism in action. Remember the wisdom of Seneca. A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is. The reality denier has convinced themselves of a version of reality that serves their needs, and they will hold on to it tightly. It is not your job to convince them otherwise. Another strategy is to limit your exposure to their distorted reality. If you find that their denial is causing you stress or making you doubt yourself, consider distancing yourself from them or limiting your interactions. Surround yourself with people who value truth, honesty, and growth. Those who challenge you in positive ways and support you in your journey of self-improvement. Have you ever felt more grounded and clear-headed after spending time with people who are honest and straightforward? This is because truth has a stabilizing effect. It helps you stay rooted in reality and fosters an environment of trust and authenticity. By choosing to spend more time with those who respect reality, you protect your peace of mind and build healthier relationships. Dealing with a reality denier requires a balance of empathy, firmness, and self-protection. Recognize their behavior as a defense mechanism and not a reflection of your reality. Set clear boundaries, refuse to be drawn into their denial, and focus on maintaining your own clarity and truth. Remember the Stoic wisdom of Marcus Aurelius. The universe is change. Our life is what our thoughts make it. Choose to build your life on a foundation of truth, clarity, and honesty, and avoid those who seek to pull you into their distorted version of reality. By doing so, you safeguard your mental and emotional well-being, and you remain true to your own path of growth and wisdom. The next time you encounter a reality denier, take a step back, maintain your calm, and remember that their refusal to face reality is not yours to fix. Instead, stay focused on your journey, your truth, and your own inner peace. Number 10. Diving deep into envy. Envy is the ulcer of the soul. Socrates. We're diving deep into one of the most destructive emotions known to mankind, envy. We will uncover how envy can quietly corrode relationships, poison our minds, and lead us down a path of dissatisfaction and resentment. If you've ever felt the sting of envy or sensed it simmering beneath the surface of your interactions with others, stay tuned. Because today, we're not just learning how to recognize envy in others, but also how to address it within ourselves. Let's take a closer look at the insidious nature of envy, a feeling that can quietly eat away at one's happiness and contentment like a hidden toxin. Envy is more than just a fleeting feeling of wanting what someone else has. It is a deep-seated sense of resentment that arises when someone feels overshadowed by another's success, possessions, or qualities. Envy doesn't just desire what others have. It begrudges them for having it, leading to bitterness and a sense of injustice. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to get particularly quiet or dismissive when you share good news or talk about your successes? Or perhaps you've had a friend who never seems happy for you when things are going well, always finding a way to downplay your achievements or subtly suggest that you don't quite deserve them. This is envy at work, and it can be incredibly toxic, not just to relationships but to the envious person's own sense of self. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca once said, "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." To live well, one must learn to recognize and deal with envy, both in others and within oneself. Envy often manifests in subtle ways, making it harder to detect. It might come out in a backhanded compliment such as, "It's great you got that promotion," though it's probably because they needed to fill a quota. Or in a seemingly innocent question like, "How did you manage to get that job? Did you know someone on the inside?" These comments are designed to undermine your accomplishments, suggesting they're not entirely deserved or earned. Envious people may also engage in gossip or spread rumors to tarnish someone's reputation, driven by the desire to bring others down to their perceived level. They might avoid celebrating your successes or respond with a lackluster, "Oh, that's nice," when you share your good news. Over time, these small, seemingly insignificant behaviors can add up, creating a toxic environment where you feel unsupported and undervalued. Have you ever felt the sting of a friend's envy? That moment when their congratulatory words don't quite match the look in their eyes. Why do people become envious? Often, envy stems from feelings of inadequacy or a sense of lack. When someone feels that they are not enough, whether in terms of achievements, appearance, or social standing, they may look at others' successes as a mirror reflecting their perceived shortcomings. Instead of finding inspiration in others' achievements, the envious person feels diminished by them. This is why envy is so destructive. It not only creates a divide between people, but also eats away at the person who harbors it, leading to a cycle of negativity and resentment. As Epictetus observed, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Envious individuals react to others' success not with joy or admiration, but with bitterness, which ultimately causes more harm to them than to anyone else. Their focus on what they lack blinds them to their own potential and the positive aspects of their lives. Consider a modern example: a coworker who, instead of celebrating a team member's success, starts spreading rumors that they only got promoted because they're friends with the boss, or a neighbor who seems overly interested in finding out how much you paid for your new car or home, not out of genuine curiosity but to compare and judge. These behaviors might seem petty or trivial, but they are clear indicators of underlying envy. It's important to recognize that envy is not just an emotion, but a destructive force that can ruin relationships, disrupt workplaces, and create a toxic social environment. It's like a slow poison that seeps into every interaction, subtly influencing thoughts, feelings, and behaviors in ways that are harmful to everyone involved. Have you ever felt uncomfortable sharing good news with someone because you knew it would make them feel bad or react negatively? This hesitation is a clear sign that envy is present, creating a barrier to open, honest communication and genuine connection. So how do you deal with an envious person in your life? The first step is to recognize their behavior for what it is, a reflection of their own insecurities and feelings of inadequacy. Note a measure of your worth or accomplishments. Understand that their envy is not about you, but about their own internal struggles. As Marcus Aurelius said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." If someone is envious of you, it is because their thoughts are clouded by their own dissatisfaction. It's important to maintain your composure and not let their envy affect your sense of self or dampen your achievements. Respond to their behavior with empathy, but also with firmness. Acknowledge their feelings without feeding into them. For example, if someone makes a dismissive comment about your success, you might say, "I'm proud of what I've achieved, and I believe everyone has the potential to succeed in their own way." Additionally, it's essential to set boundaries. If you notice that someone's envy is starting to affect your mental or emotional well-being, don't hesitate to create some distance. You are not obligated to share every detail of your life with someone who cannot celebrate your happiness. Protect your space and your peace. Engage with those who uplift you, who are genuinely happy for your successes, and who inspire you to grow. Remember the wisdom of Seneca. Associate with people who are likely to improve you. Surrounding yourself with positive, supportive individuals can counteract the negativity of envy and help you stay focused on your own growth and happiness. Finally, reflect on your own feelings and behavior. Envy is a human emotion, and it's natural to feel it from time to time. However, how you choose to handle that emotion makes all the difference. Instead of letting envy fester, turn it into motivation. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this person's success? How can I use this feeling to inspire my own growth? Transform envy into admiration, a fuel to propel you forward rather than a weight that holds you back. By shifting your mindset from one of lack to one of abundance, you open yourself up to greater possibilities and a more fulfilling life. Diving deep into envy reveals it as a destructive force that, if left unchecked, can harm both the person who feels it and those around them. Recognize envy when you see it, whether in others or in yourself, and choose to address it with wisdom and grace. Remember the Stoic teachings that guide us toward self-awareness, self-control, and a focus on what we can control, our own thoughts and actions. By staying grounded in these principles, you can navigate envy's challenges and maintain your path toward a more peaceful and fulfilling life. The next time you encounter envy, either from others or within yourself, pause, reflect, and choose a response that aligns with your highest values and aspirations. Stay true to your own journey and let your light shine undimmed by the shadows of envy. As we come to the end of this video on 10 signs to identify a toxic person in your life, wisdom for living, Stoicism, let's take a moment to reflect on the insights we've uncovered. We've explored how to recognize the subtle yet damaging behaviors of manipulators, critics, narcissists, and more, each playing their part in disrupting our peace and hindering our growth. Remember, these toxic individuals often reflect their own struggles and insecurities, not your worth. By applying the Stoic principles we've discussed, such as setting boundaries, practicing self-awareness, and focusing on what is within our control, you can protect your peace of mind and cultivate a more balanced and fulfilling life. As Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. So, how will you use these insights to transform your interactions and relationships? I encourage you to share your thoughts or experiences in the comments below. Let's continue this conversation, learn from each other, and support one another on this journey to living a more stoic and purposeful life. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Stoic in Your Life for more wisdom on navigating the challenges of modern living with the timeless guidance of Stoicism. Stay strong, stay wise, and see you in the next video. Always say no to these 9 types of people. Stoicism. Beware of false knowledge. It is more dangerous than ignorance. George Bernard Shaw. Have you ever felt drained by people who seem to take more than they give? It's crucial to recognize that not everyone deserves a place in your life. In today's episode on Stoic in Your Life, we will delve into why you should always say no to these 9 types of people. We'll explore the essence of Stoic philosophy, helping you understand why setting boundaries is not just beneficial, but essential for a life of virtue and tranquility. From the manipulators who twist situations to their advantage, to the perpetual victims who refuse to take responsibility for their own lives, identifying and distancing yourself from these individuals can preserve your mental clarity and emotional well-being. As we journey through the teachings of Stoicism, you'll discover that saying no is a practice of discernment, a way to ensure that your time and energy are devoted to relationships that nurture rather than drain you. By understanding the nature of these toxic behaviors, you can better navigate your interactions and maintain a serene, resilient spirit. Stay with us as we uncover the traits of these 9 types of people and learn how to apply Stoic principles to create a more balanced and fulfilling life. Your journey to a more serene and resilient life starts now. One, dealing with self-deceivers. There exist individuals who entangle themselves within the intricate webs of their own fabrications. Such self-deception starkly contrasts with the Stoic counsel of confronting our reality with unflinching candor. Marcus Aurelius, a sage of Stoicism, once proclaimed, "Look well into thyself. There is a source of strength which will always spring up if thou wilt always look." Yet those lost in illusions are adept at burying their flaws beneath layers of denial, neglecting the Stoic virtue of growth through acknowledgement of one's errors. The core issue with self-deceivers lies in their unwavering belief in their personal fictions, which blinds them to the perceptions of others. They fail to recognize that our minds can be master illusionists, painting our perceptions with the hues of our emotions rather than the clear light of reality. Frequently, their intentions are not malevolent. They are merely prisoners of their own self-deceptive practices. Perhaps a tumultuous past or a yearning for acceptance has skewed their vision, prompting them to weave a solace-laden alternate reality. The task of aiding them is formidable, for they have fortified their psyche with ramparts of denial. One might endeavor to enlighten them with truths as evident as the globe's roundness, yet they would retort with flat earth logic. Even when presented with irrefutable facts, they contort them to align with their distorted worldview. In modern life, we often encounter people so enmeshed in their self-created illusions that it seems almost impossible to help them see reality. Take, for instance, the story of a young man named John, who firmly believed he was destined to be a world-famous musician despite having no musical training or talent. His unwavering conviction led him to reject all advice to pursue more practical endeavors, resulting in years of frustration and missed opportunities. John's story is a stark reminder of the perils of self-deception. How often have you encountered someone like John, whose self-deception is so strong that no amount of reasoning or evidence can sway them? It's a challenging situation because our natural inclination is to help, but we must recognize the limits of our influence. The Stoic approach advises us to accept that we cannot change others. They must choose to change themselves. When dealing with self-deceivers, it's crucial to practice patience and maintain your own commitment to truth. Engaging with such individuals can test your resolve, but it's an opportunity to exercise your Stoic principles. Ask yourself, how can you support them without enabling their illusions? What boundaries must you set to protect your peace of mind? Ultimately, the lesson here is twofold. First, be vigilant against self-deception within yourself. And second, recognize the limits of your ability to change others. The path to wisdom and personal growth requires an unflinching examination of our own beliefs and perceptions. As you encounter self-deceivers, let their struggles serve as a mirror, reflecting the importance of living in accordance with reality. Remember, transformation is possible only when they awaken to the discrepancies in their reasoning, a realization that often necessitates the intervention of psychological expertise. Until they reach this point, your role is to maintain your own integrity and avoid being drawn into their illusions. By doing so, you honor the Stoic principles of truth and personal responsibility, setting an example that, in time, may inspire others to confront their own self-deceptions. 2. The opportunists. When navigating through life's myriad relationships, it is crucial to identify and understand the people we surround ourselves with, a principle deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy. Stoics, known for their profound empathy and compassion, encourage us to view the world without harsh judgment while maintaining a protective awareness of our well-being. This brings us to the type of person we must always say no to: the opportunist. Opportunists are individuals who, under the guise of friendship, exploit your goodwill for their own gain. They often present themselves as genuine companions, but reveal their true intentions through their actions. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to always ask for favors, even when they could easily manage on their own? This is a key sign of an opportunist. To distinguish these individuals from true friends, pay close attention to their behavior. Authentic friends seek help only when in genuine need and reciprocate your support. Opportunists, however, have a pattern of incessant requests, ignoring your time and commitments. They master the art of guilt-tripping, starting with flattery, telling you how exceptional you are, only to follow up with a favor request. Initially, it may seem natural to lend a hand, but soon you find yourself entangled in a cycle of never-ending demands, each accompanied by a subtle guilt trip if you even think of saying no. This relentless pattern indicates that they are not interested in mutual support but in exploiting your generosity. Reflect on how often you felt burdened by someone's constant requests, wondering if they truly need your help or if they are simply taking advantage of your kindness. Despite the numerous times you have come to their aid, they remain unchanged, always assuming you will be there to rescue them. This expectation places a significant strain on your mental and emotional resources. Remember the wisdom of Seneca, a revered Stoic philosopher who said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." The guilt you feel for contemplating refusal is often a product of your mind, not a reflection of any real obligation. This imagined guilt can be more oppressive than the reality of the situation. How often have you felt weighed down by a sense of duty that in truth was imposed by someone else's manipulation? Understanding this dynamic is the first step toward freeing yourself from such toxic relationships. It is not unkind to set boundaries. In fact, it is an act of self-preservation and respect for your own time and commitments. Consider this. If a relationship constantly drains you and brings more stress than joy, is it truly beneficial? Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, and this includes the company we keep. By distancing yourself from opportunists, you create space for healthier, more reciprocal relationships. This is not an act of selfishness, but a necessary step to ensure that your empathy and kindness are not exploited. Moreover, reflecting on the teachings of Epictetus, another prominent Stoic philosopher, reinforces this idea. He said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." The opportunists' constant demands are a reflection of their endless wants, and by succumbing to their requests, you inadvertently contribute to their dependency. By saying no, you encourage them to become self-reliant and seek solutions independently, fostering their growth and reducing their reliance on others. Isn't it more compassionate to encourage someone to develop their own strengths rather than perpetuating their dependence? In practice, setting boundaries might involve difficult conversations and uncomfortable decisions, but it is essential for your well-being. How can you practice this? Start by assessing your relationships and identifying patterns of behavior that drain you. Communicate your limits clearly and assertively, and do not feel guilty for prioritizing your own needs. As Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, noted, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Use the challenge of dealing with opportunists as an opportunity to strengthen your resolve and commitment to living according to Stoic principles. By maintaining a compassionate yet discerning approach, you protect your inner peace and ensure that your kindness is extended to those who truly value and reciprocate it. This approach not only benefits you, but also sets a precedent for others, promoting a culture of mutual respect and genuine support. Have you considered how liberating it would feel to reclaim your time and energy from those who do not truly value it? Always saying no to opportunists is not an act of cruelty, but a necessary step in maintaining your well-being and adhering to Stoic principles. By doing so, you preserve your empathy for those who genuinely need it and foster healthier, more balanced relationships. Remember, your kindness and compassion are precious. Guard them well. Dealing with self-centered individuals. In our journey through life, we often encounter people whose existence revolves around their own self-interest, their thoughts orbiting a personal universe. Imagine sharing your frustrations about the ever-increasing traffic in your city, only to be met with indifference because they haven't personally experienced any inconvenience. Or perhaps you celebrate a significant achievement, such as landing a new job, only to have your joy overshadowed by their lamentations about their own career dissatisfaction. Their presence often dims your light, replacing it with the shadows of their grievances. When you step into the limelight, they usurp the stage, steering the narrative toward their emotional landscape, leaving your sentiments and perspectives brushed aside. Would you stand by such a friend? And if so, do you have the conviction to urge a change in their self-centered script to foster broader empathy? Marcus Aurelius, a sage of Stoicism, once said, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" This reflection holds the power to either hold space for transformation or recognize when to retreat for your growth. In the pursuit of betterment, the unwillingness of one to evolve can anchor down the aspirations of another. Sometimes, wisdom whispers the need to step back from those who dwell in the confines of self. Consider the broader implications of maintaining relationships with such individuals. Their constant self-focus can drain your energy and stunt your emotional and personal growth. Seneca, another Stoic philosopher, advised, "Associate with people who are likely to improve you." This means seeking relationships that are reciprocal, where both parties support and elevate each other. By doing so, you create a network of mutual respect and shared growth. If you find yourself continuously sidelined in favor of someone else's problems and concerns, it might be time to reassess the value of that relationship in your life. Moreover, modern life demands a balance of empathy and self-care. While it is noble to be understanding and supportive, it's equally important to protect your well-being. Ralph Waldo Emerson, a philosopher influenced by Stoic thought, once remarked, "The only way to have a friend is to be one." True friendship is not a one-way street. It requires effort, understanding, and reciprocity. If you're constantly giving and never receiving, it can lead to burnout and resentment. Therefore, it's crucial to surround yourself with people who appreciate and reciprocate your efforts, contributing positively to your life. As you navigate through these relationships, remember the importance of setting boundaries. Boundaries are not walls to keep others out, but safeguards to ensure mutual respect and healthy interaction. Establishing clear boundaries helps in managing expectations and maintaining your mental and emotional health. When someone continuously disregards your feelings and concerns, it's a sign that they might not respect your boundaries. In such cases, it might be necessary to distance yourself to protect your well-being and foster relationships that are more supportive and fulfilling. Additionally, reflect on your behavior and interactions with others. Are there moments when you inadvertently center yourself in conversations? Marcus Aurelius' quote encourages self-reflection before criticism. This practice not only enhances your self-awareness, but also fosters a deeper understanding of others. By being mindful of your actions, you can cultivate more meaningful and balanced relationships, contributing to a more harmonious and supportive social circle. Dealing with self-centered individuals requires a delicate balance of empathy, self-care, and boundary setting. By reflecting on the wisdom of Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius and Seneca, and understanding the importance of reciprocal relationships, you can navigate these interactions more effectively. Surround yourself with those who uplift and inspire you, and be mindful of your contributions to ensure that your relationships are mutually beneficial. Remember, it is in the pursuit of balanced and supportive relationships that we find true growth and fulfillment. Thank you for joining us in today's video. Before we move on to the next segment, I'd like to take a moment to express my gratitude to you. It's a pleasure to have you as a member of our community. Please feel free to share your story or personal impressions. Alternatively, if you're unsure of what to say, simply leave a comment saying, "I am a newbie," if you've just joined us, or "I am Stoic," if you've been with us for a while. Your engagement not only signifies your presence, but also serves as a significant motivation for us. All right, let's continue this journey together. 4. Individuals resistant to acknowledging errors. Let's delve into another important aspect of Stoicism, recognizing the types of people we should avoid to maintain our peace and wisdom. One such group includes individuals who refuse to acknowledge their errors. These people lack the essential traits of introspection and humility, which are core to personal growth. As the Stoics remind us, he who conceals his transgressions does not prosper, but he who confesses and forsakes them finds mercy. This timeless wisdom underscores the importance of accepting and learning from our mistakes. Consider those who consistently deflect blame, attributing their failures to external factors rather than their own actions. They seem incapable of seeing the impact of their choices on others, often creating ripples of negativity in their wake. When faced with adversity, instead of looking inward for growth, they point fingers outward. Their actions suggest a belief that their decisions exist in isolation, unaffected by the interconnected nature of our lives, or worse, they simply disregard the consequences altogether. Helping someone who refuses to accept fault is an exercise in futility. Imagine a colleague who never takes responsibility for missed deadlines or errors in their work. Every failure is blamed on external circumstances: the supervisor's poor management, the uncooperative team, or even the unpredictable weather. Their constant denial of fault becomes a barrier to their development and a source of frustration for those around them. You might try to guide them towards self-reflection, but their mantra remains a stubborn, "It was not I." Whether it's an academic failure, blamed on a supposedly incompetent teacher, or a car accident attributed to bad weather, the pattern of blame shifting remains unbroken. This raises a critical question. Can real change occur without self-accountability? In our modern lives, we encounter such individuals more often than we might like. Think of a friend who always complains about their misfortunes but never considers their role in them. They lament about their lack of success, blaming the economy, their upbringing, or sheer bad luck, never pausing to reflect on their own decisions. This persistent blame game can be exhausting to witness and even more draining to be a part of. At a certain point, it becomes clear that continuing to engage with such individuals is counterproductive. Persisting in the face of their obstinate denial not only wastes your time, but also saps your energy. They may even drag you down into their perpetual cycle of grievances, ensnaring you in their negativity. Therefore, a strategic retreat is often the best course of action. By stepping back, you allow yourself the freedom to grow and thrive, unencumbered by their resistance to change. Consider the story of a successful entrepreneur who once shared an office with a partner who never admitted to mistakes. The partner blamed every failed venture on external factors: the market conditions, untrustworthy clients, or even the time of year. Frustrated and drained, the entrepreneur eventually decided to part ways. This decision, though difficult, allowed them to focus on their growth and build a thriving business free from the partner's negative influence. This story illustrates the power of distancing oneself from those who refuse to acknowledge their errors. Engaging with individuals who are resistant to acknowledging their errors often leads to a cycle of frustration and stagnation. This resistance not only hinders their personal growth, but can also affect your well-being. The Stoic approach emphasizes the importance of surrounding oneself with people who encourage growth and introspection. By recognizing and avoiding those who consistently deflect blame, you preserve your mental and emotional resources, allowing for a more fulfilling and peaceful life. As you reflect on this, consider your own experiences. Have you encountered people who never seem to admit their mistakes? How did their behavior affect you and your environment? These questions can lead to valuable insights and help you make informed decisions about the people you choose to keep in your life. The lesson here is clear. To maintain our peace and continue our journey of self-improvement, we must sometimes distance ourselves from those who refuse to see their faults. By doing so, we not only protect our own well-being, but also create space for positive and supportive relationships. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and choose your companions wisely, ensuring they contribute to your growth rather than hinder it. 5. People who don't plan ahead. Imagine you have a dear friend brimming with incredible talents, yet they seem stuck in place, unaware of how quickly time is slipping by. This scenario brings to mind the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius, who once said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one." His words strike a chord when we see someone full of potential but without a plan for the future, as they remind us that while enjoying the present moment is crucial, neglecting to envision and prepare for the future is to overlook a fundamental aspect of our existence. True happiness and fulfillment come when we utilize our natural and developed abilities to enhance our lives. It's not a lack of skills that holds people back. Often it's a short-sighted focus on the immediate present. Many have diverse talents, but the key to progress lies in harnessing these abilities and directing them towards a future they have yet to imagine. Sometimes all it takes is a push to inspire action. Recognizing your talents is just the beginning. The real challenge and transformation come when you step out of the comfort zone of reliance on others and ignite the drive for self-reliance. Without this shift in mindset, growth stagnates, and one risks falling into the pit of inertia. The Stoics valued the pursuit of a flourishing life, warning that without purpose, we are prone to the anxieties that plague modern life. Are you living up to your potential? Are you planning for your future, or are you caught in the now without a clear direction? Reflecting on these questions can spark a journey towards a more fulfilling life. The Stoics, with their profound insights, teach us that a life without a plan is vulnerable to unnecessary suffering. They encourage us to aim high, to use our skills not just for survival, but for thriving. Think about the people you know who seem to drift aimlessly. How do their lives reflect the Stoic principle that purpose is essential for a good life? As you ponder this, remember that having a plan doesn't mean you need to have every detail figured out. It's about setting a direction and taking the first steps toward it. Imagine the changes you could make if you took your talents and started planning for the future. What dreams could you realize? What impact could you have? This isn't just about professional success, but about personal growth and fulfillment. Planning ahead empowers you to shape your destiny, rather than being a passive observer of your life. In your journey, consider the Stoic practice of negative visualization. By imagining potential obstacles and setbacks, you prepare yourself mentally and emotionally to face challenges. This practice isn't about pessimism, but about resilience and preparedness. It helps you appreciate the present and strengthens your resolve to work towards a better future. Another powerful Stoic technique is the dichotomy of control, understanding what is within your control and what is not. When planning for the future, focus on what you can influence: your actions, responses, and efforts. Let go of the uncontrollable, such as external events or others' opinions. This clarity brings peace and empowers you to take meaningful steps towards your goals. Reflect on how you can apply these Stoic principles in your life. How can you better utilize your talents and plan for your future? Share your thoughts and intentions. Engaging with others on this path can provide support and motivation. Let's build a community where we inspire each other to plan ahead and live intentionally. For those seeking the pinnacle of fulfillment and wisdom, signal your intent for enlightenment. Comment below with "I have a plan" and start the journey to unlock your potential. Together, we can learn from the Stoics and transform our lives with purpose and direction. 6. Those stuck on life's negatives. Stoicism offers timeless wisdom on maintaining equanimity and resilience amidst life's challenges, providing practical guidance on whom to avoid for a tranquil life. Now, we delve into a particular type of person to steer clear of: those perpetually stuck on life's negatives. As Epictetus, a revered Stoic philosopher, once said, "Life is not what happens to us, but how we react to it." This profound insight highlights that our perspective shapes our reality. In every symphony of life, some individuals fixate solely on the somber tunes, ignoring the harmonious melodies that equally play a part. The Stoics emphasized maintaining equanimity and gratitude even in adversity, finding such a limiting viewpoint antithetical to a fulfilling life. It's crucial to recognize and embrace the spectrum of life experiences for mental equilibrium. Negative emotions are inherently human, but an obsessive focus on the dark aspects can strip life of its vibrancy. This habitual pessimism breeds a cycle of discontent, obscuring life's splendor. Engaging with chronic pessimists can be as futile as Sisyphus's eternal struggle, with their litany of woe seemingly inexhaustible, and their gloom capable of tarnishing even the brightest of spirits. Their worldview becomes an echo chamber of distress, akin to the relentless grim focus of news cycles, entrapping those who revel in their grievances. Such individuals often seek not solutions but the catharsis of complaint, intertwining their identity with their struggles, and leaving them adrift in the absence of adversity. When encountering pervasive negativity, we must assess the futility of intervention. Can we truly illuminate a mind that clings to shadows? It may be wiser to conserve our vitality for those who seek light, recognizing that the path to positivity is a personal journey. While we may offer guidance, we cannot walk the road for them. This perspective echoes the Stoic truth. Serenity is not found in the absence of problems, but in the resilience to face them with a tranquil heart. Until those ensnared in negativity discover this truth, we should invest our energies in fertile grounds where our efforts can flourish. Guarding our tranquility is paramount, as we must avoid becoming the very negativity we seek to mend. As Marcus Aurelius wisely noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. This principle is as relevant today as it was in ancient times. In our fast-paced modern world, where the news and social media can amplify negativity, it's essential to curate our interactions and environments carefully. Surround yourself with those who uplift and inspire, fostering a mindset of gratitude and resilience. This approach not only enhances personal well-being but also sets a positive example for others. By recognizing the futility of trying to change those fixated on life's negatives, we liberate ourselves from unnecessary frustration and maintain our inner peace. Focus on what you can control, as the Stoics teach, and let go of what you cannot. This principle is especially vital when dealing with people who are stuck in a cycle of negativity. Their journey to enlightenment and positivity is their own, and while you can offer support, the change must come from within them. Incorporating these Stoic teachings into modern life involves a conscious effort to align our actions with our values. Practice mindfulness and self-reflection regularly, assessing whether your interactions and environment contribute to or detract from your tranquility. By doing so, you create a life rooted in resilience and equanimity, embodying the timeless wisdom of Stoicism in today's context. Remember, it's not about avoiding all challenges or negative people, but about choosing wisely where to invest your emotional energy. As Seneca advised, associate with people who are likely to improve you. By following this sage advice, you cultivate a supportive network that reinforces your Stoic principles and helps you navigate life's ebbs and flows with a serene mind and resilient spirit. In doing so, you not only protect your tranquility, but also set a powerful example of Stoic living for those around you. Ultimately, by saying no to those who perpetually focus on life's negatives, you affirm your commitment to a life of purpose, gratitude, and resilience. This choice empowers you to face life's challenges with a calm and steadfast heart, embodying the true essence of Stoicism in a modern world filled with distractions and negativity. Guard your tranquility and nurture relationships that enrich your life. For in the end, it is your inner peace that will sustain you through all of life's trials. If you've made it this far, you're a true guardian of your inner peace. Drop a comment saying, "I stand strong," to show you're committed to upholding your Stoic principles. Stick around. There's much more wisdom to come. 7. Individuals who think it's never their fault. In life, you'll often encounter individuals who refuse to take responsibility for their actions, perpetually blaming others for their missteps. These people, who think it's never their fault, live in a world where their mistakes are always due to external factors. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus captured the essence of this mindset perfectly when he said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." This profound wisdom teaches us that true personal growth begins with self-reflection and listening to our inner selves rather than the noise of external blame. Imagine you're working on a team project. There's always that one person who, despite their lack of effort or mistakes, will point fingers at others or external circumstances. They may blame their lack of contribution on being too busy with other commitments, or claim the project failed because of someone else's shortcomings. In their eyes, their performance is flawless, and any failure is due to the inefficiencies or faults of others. This constant shifting of blame prevents them from seeing their own faults and learning from their experiences. They might blame their loneliness on others' inability to connect, their poor health on the state of the healthcare system, and their professional rejections on the bias or politics within the workplace. This refusal to look inward stunts their growth and prevents them from achieving true progress and happiness. Now think about how exhausting it is to be around such individuals. They drain your energy with their constant negativity and refusal to accept responsibility. It's like dealing with a friend who constantly complains about their misfortunes without ever considering how their actions might contribute to their problems. This person might lament about their financial troubles, blaming the economy, but never looking at their own spending habits or lack of financial planning. They might complain about not being promoted, attributing it to office politics rather than their own performance or attitude. A story that comes to mind involves a colleague named Alex. In every meeting, Alex would point out how external factors hindered the project's success. One day, the team decided to take a different approach. They documented every step and decision, ensuring everyone's responsibilities were clear. When the project faced challenges, Alex's excuses began to falter as the evidence showed a different picture. Faced with undeniable facts, Alex finally began to see that perhaps their lack of preparation and initiative played a significant role. This moment of realization was pivotal. It wasn't an overnight transformation, but it was a start. By confronting the truth, Alex began to take small steps towards personal accountability, eventually contributing more effectively to the team. This transformation can happen to anyone who chooses to listen more and speak less, as Epictetus advises. By taking responsibility, they open the door to genuine self-improvement. The most profound teacher is experience itself. When we step back and allow life's lessons to unfold, we hope those who often blame others will eventually recognize the patterns of their own making. Consider this. How often do you reflect on your actions and their impact on your life's outcomes? Are you quick to blame others when things go wrong, or do you look inward to understand how you could have influenced the situation differently? These are the questions that lead to deeper self-awareness and growth. It's a hard truth that personal accountability is not easy, but it is the cornerstone of personal development and authentic living. Remember that constantly blaming others for our troubles keeps us stuck in a cycle of denial and stagnation. It prevents us from seeing our true selves and stunts our growth. By embracing the wisdom of Epictetus and choosing to listen more and speak less, we open ourselves to self-reflection and, ultimately, personal growth. So next time you find yourself quick to blame, pause and ask yourself what role you played in the situation. This small shift in perspective can lead to significant changes in your life, fostering a mindset of continuous improvement and resilience. Taurus individuals expecting the world to favor them. Now we're focusing on a specific type, those individuals who expect the world to favor them. This pervasive mindset among some people, that the universe owes them favors simply because they exist, is a challenging and often toxic attitude to deal with. Such a sense of entitlement where rewards and admiration are expected rather than earned stands in stark contrast to the teachings of Stoicism. Stoicism, a philosophy rooted in the idea of living in harmony with nature and fostering a balanced existence, champions meritocracy. It encourages us to earn our rewards through effort and virtue. As Epictetus wisely noted, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. This Stoic principle underscores the importance of personal responsibility and resilience, qualities starkly absent in those who feel entitled. These individuals often believe that just being who they are entitles them to special treatment and benefits without the requisite effort or merit. Consider this. Expecting the world to treat you fairly because you are a good person is akin to expecting a bull not to attack you because you are a vegetarian. This analogy, frequently attributed to Stoic thought, perfectly captures the absurdity of such entitlement. It's a reminder that fairness and kindness from the world are not guaranteed and must not be assumed as a given. The Stoics teach us to accept reality as it is and to strive for our own betterment, not to demand unearned rewards from the world. Many of us, driven by generous spirits and a desire to help others, may try to offer a different perspective to these entitled individuals. We might attempt to show them the value of earning their way, hoping they'll see the merit in personal effort and humility. However, such efforts are frequently met with resistance. These individuals often perceive our guidance as a threat to their worldview. Instead of appreciating our help, they may exploit our benevolence, thinking that their appearance or status alone warrants preferential treatment. This sense of entitlement can be deeply frustrating, not just for those on the receiving end, but for the entitled individuals themselves. When reality fails to meet their lofty expectations, they often react with hurt and disappointment. Some may resort to manipulation, trying to bend others to their will to fulfill their perceived entitlements. This behavior can be damaging to relationships and social dynamics, creating a cycle of unmet expectations and resulting bitterness. It's a harsh truth, but often the only way for such individuals to learn the necessity for change is by encountering a mirror of their own behavior. When they face the natural consequences of their entitlement, such as isolation or rejection, they may begin to understand the value of humility and effort. As Marcus Aurelius reflected, the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This Stoic principle teaches that obstacles and challenges are opportunities for growth and learning, even if they come in the form of personal shortcomings being reflected back at us. So, how do we deal with such individuals? How do we maintain our Stoic principles when faced with entitlement? First, we must recognize and set boundaries. Saying no to these individuals is crucial. By doing so, we not only protect our own well-being, but also provide them with an opportunity to learn and grow. We must remember that enabling their entitlement only perpetuates the cycle. Instead, we should encourage them to earn their rewards and recognize the value of effort and humility. It's also important to reflect on our own responses and ensure that we do not harbor any feelings of resentment or frustration. As Seneca advised, "He suffers more than necessary who suffers before it is necessary." We must strive to remain calm and composed, focusing on what we can control, our own actions and reactions. This approach not only aligns with Stoic teachings, but also helps us maintain our inner peace amidst challenging interactions. Furthermore, engaging in open-ended questions can be a powerful tool. Asking questions like, "What do you think you can do to achieve that?" or "How do you plan to work towards your goal?" can help guide entitled individuals towards a more constructive mindset. These questions encourage them to think about their own efforts and responsibilities, rather than expecting others to fulfill their desires. In essence, dealing with entitled individuals requires a balance of firmness and compassion. By setting boundaries, remaining composed, and encouraging self-reflection, we can help them and ourselves move towards a more Stoic way of living. It's a journey of growth, both for the entitled and for those who interact with them. Remember, as we navigate this path, the wisdom of the Stoics can serve as our guide, reminding us that true harmony comes from within and is earned through effort, virtue, and resilience. Now, I want to leave you with a thought. How can you apply these principles in your own life? Are there individuals around you who expect unearned favors? How can you set boundaries and encourage them towards a more balanced and responsible way of living? Reflect on these questions, and as always, strive to live in accordance with nature, embracing the wisdom of the Stoics. For I see people who don't want to learn or change. In a world driven by constant change and the pursuit of betterment, the refusal to learn and grow can be a significant hindrance to personal and professional development. As Epictetus wisely stated, "He who laughs at himself never runs out of things to laugh at," underscoring the importance of self-reflection and adaptability. Let's continue on this journey of why it's crucial to always say no to those who resist change and learning, and how embracing Stoic principles can guide us in this endeavor. Stoicism, with its rich tapestry of wisdom, urges us to constantly evolve and better ourselves, to embrace change as a fundamental aspect of life. However, there are individuals who, despite the evident benefits of growth and self-improvement, remain stubbornly anchored in their ways, resistant to any form of introspection or change. These people, often entrenched in their own beliefs and practices, tend to deflect blame for their problems onto external factors rather than looking inward and taking responsibility for their actions. Consider Joe, who consistently refuses to accept responsibility for his mistakes, blaming circumstances and others for his failures. His unwillingness to reflect on his own actions and make necessary changes keeps him trapped in a cycle of repeated errors. Similarly, Sarah, who disregards constructive criticism at work, remains convinced that her methods are infallible. This resistance not only stunts her professional growth but also creates friction with her colleagues, leading to a toxic work environment. Mike, another example, continually faces relationship issues, convinced that his problems stem from not meeting the right partner. He fails to see that his own behavior and attitudes may be contributing to these issues. By not reflecting on his actions and making necessary adjustments, Mike is likely to repeat the same mistakes in future relationships. Linda, on the other hand, blames her persistent financial struggles on her employer's inadequate compensation. She overlooks her spending habits and poor financial management, which are the actual causes of her financial woes. By refusing to acknowledge and address these issues, Linda perpetuates her financial instability. The challenge in helping these individuals lies in their reluctance to accept or embrace guidance. Stoicism teaches us that wisdom comes from recognizing our flaws and striving to improve them. As Marcus Aurelius stated, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This philosophy emphasizes the importance of using obstacles as opportunities for growth. When people refuse to learn or change, they are essentially erecting barriers to their own progress. In modern life, this refusal to learn and change can manifest in various ways, such as resistance to new technologies at work, reluctance to adopt healthier lifestyle choices, or the refusal to accept diverse perspectives. These behaviors not only hinder personal growth but also affect those around them, creating environments that are resistant to progress and innovation. For instance, in a professional setting, a team member who refuses to adapt to new tools or processes can slow down the entire team, affecting overall productivity and morale. To navigate these challenges, it is crucial to recognize and distance ourselves from those who refuse to learn or change. Engaging with such individuals can drain our energy and impede our own growth. Instead, we should surround ourselves with those who are open to learning and growth, fostering an environment of mutual support and development. As Seneca wisely said, "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." This continuous pursuit of knowledge and self-improvement is at the heart of Stoic philosophy. By embracing this mindset, we can better handle the resistance we encounter in others. Rather than being frustrated by their refusal to change, we can view it as a reminder to stay committed to our own path of growth. This perspective shift not only helps us maintain our own progress, but also serves as a model for others, potentially inspiring them to reconsider their stance on learning and change. Always saying no to those who refuse to learn or change is not about rejecting people, but about protecting our own journey of self-improvement and growth. By adhering to Stoic principles and continuously seeking to better ourselves, we create a ripple effect that can influence others positively. As we navigate the complexities of modern life, let us remember the wisdom of the Stoics and strive to embrace change and learning. For it is through this that we truly progress and thrive. Thank you for being in today's video. What are some types of people you believe we should avoid to maintain our Stoic principles, and why do you think it is important to keep our distance from them? Please share with us your thoughts. Have you ever met some of the types of people we just discussed? We've just covered the 9 types of people we should say no to. Now let's consider what we need to understand and practice, so others won't feel the need to say no to us. Here are a few useful tips to help us develop ourselves and always behave appropriately. Learn how to admit mistakes. Embrace growth and wisdom. Admitting mistakes is one of the most powerful tools for personal growth and self-improvement. We live in a world where perfection is often glorified, but the truth is, no one is infallible. Embracing our errors is not a sign of weakness. Rather, it's a testament to our strength and commitment to growth. Here's why learning to admit your mistakes can transform your life. Imagine you are a manager in a busy office, and you make a significant error in a project that affects your entire team. You have 2 choices: either hide your mistake and hope no one notices, or own up to it and work towards a solution. By admitting your mistake, you show your team that you are accountable and trustworthy. This act of honesty can foster a culture of transparency and mutual respect, leading to a more cohesive and motivated team. Moreover, it opens up opportunities for learning and improvement, not just for you, but for everyone involved. Think about a time when you faced a challenge because of an error. How did you handle it? Were you honest about it, or did you try to cover it up? Reflecting on these experiences can help you understand the importance of admitting mistakes. It's about being real and authentic, which can significantly improve your relationships, both personal and professional. When people see that you're willing to acknowledge your flaws, they're more likely to trust you and feel comfortable being open about their own mistakes. A powerful example of this principle in action is the story of a software developer named Jane. She was working on a crucial update for her company's main product. During the process, she inadvertently introduced a bug that caused a major malfunction. Instead of hiding the issue or blaming others, Jane immediately reported the mistake to her team and took full responsibility. Her honesty not only allowed the team to quickly address and fix the problem, but it also earned her respect and strengthened her credibility. This incident became a turning point for Jane, highlighting the value of integrity and the importance of fostering an environment where mistakes are seen as learning opportunities rather than failures. In our personal lives, admitting mistakes can also lead to profound growth. Think about a relationship where you might have said something hurtful or made a poor decision. Acknowledging your mistake and apologizing sincerely can mend the rift and even make the bond stronger. It's not about groveling or diminishing yourself. It's about showing that you care enough to admit when you're wrong and that you're committed to making things right. This act of humility can lead to deeper, more meaningful connections. Consider the words of the Stoic philosopher Epictetus. It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. This quote underscores the idea that acknowledging our lack of knowledge or admitting our mistakes is the first step towards true wisdom. By admitting mistakes, we open ourselves up to new knowledge and experiences, which are essential for personal growth. In the fast-paced world we live in today, the pressure to appear perfect can be overwhelming. Social media often exacerbates this, showcasing curated lives that seem free of mistakes. But it's crucial to remember that these are just highlights and not the full picture. Everyone makes mistakes, and it's these very mistakes that make us human and relatable. Admitting them can be liberating, reducing the stress and anxiety that come from trying to maintain an illusion of perfection. Let's look at another modern-day scenario: an athlete training for a major competition. During practice, they make several mistakes and underperform. They could easily blame external factors or their coach, but a more constructive approach is to admit their own errors and seek ways to improve. By doing so, They take control of their progress and set themselves up for future success. This mindset shift from blaming others to taking responsibility is critical for long-term achievement. So, how can you start embracing your mistakes today? Begin by changing your perspective on errors. Instead of seeing them as failures, view them as opportunities to learn and grow. When you make a mistake, take a moment to analyze what went wrong and what you can do differently next time. This proactive approach turns mistakes into valuable lessons. Additionally, practice self-compassion. Remember that everyone makes mistakes, and being kind to yourself during these times can foster resilience and a positive outlook. Engage with your community about this topic. Ask yourself and others, how do you handle mistakes? Do you find it easy or difficult to admit when you're wrong? Sharing experiences and strategies can help create a supportive environment where everyone feels empowered to be honest and grow from their errors. By admitting mistakes is not just about owning up to errors, it's about embracing a mindset that values honesty, learning, and growth. It's about building trust, fostering stronger relationships, and creating a culture where mistakes are seen as stepping stones rather than setbacks. As you move forward, remember that every mistake is an opportunity to become better, wiser, and more resilient. By adopting this perspective, you can transform your life and inspire those around you to do the same. Embrace humility and authenticity. In a world increasingly dominated by social media and digital personas, the virtues of humility and authenticity often seem to be lost in the noise. The pursuit of likes, shares, and superficial validation can overshadow the deeper, more meaningful aspects of our existence. Yet it is precisely in these overlooked virtues, humility and authenticity, that we find the foundation for a fulfilling and grounded life. To embrace humility and authenticity is to embark on a journey of self-discovery, genuine connection, and inner peace, far removed from the transient accolades of the digital age. Humility, at its core, is the recognition of our intrinsic worth, balanced with an awareness of our limitations and imperfections. It is not about diminishing oneself or fostering a false sense of modesty. Rather, humility involves a clear-eyed understanding of our strengths and weaknesses, and the willingness to acknowledge that we do not have all the answers. This virtue encourages us to learn from others, to accept that we are part of a larger whole, and to appreciate the contributions and talents of those around us. By embracing humility, we dismantle the barriers of ego and pride, opening ourselves up to continuous growth and learning. Authenticity, on the other hand, is the courage to be true to oneself in every situation. It means living in alignment with our values, beliefs, and inner truths, without succumbing to societal pressures or external expectations. Authenticity is not about conforming to an idealized image. It is about embracing our unique identity, flaws and all. When we are authentic, we allow our true selves to shine through, fostering genuine relationships and meaningful interactions. This honesty not only nurtures our self-esteem, but also cultivates trust and respect in our personal and professional lives. The interplay between humility and authenticity creates a powerful synergy that enhances our overall well-being. When we are humble, we recognize our need for authenticity. We understand that pretending to be something we are not, merely to gain approval or admiration, is ultimately unfulfilling. Conversely, when we are authentic, we are naturally inclined to be humble, as we are not driven by the need to prove ourselves superior or infallible. This harmonious balance enables us to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience, grounded in a sense of self that is both honest and accepting. Embracing humility and authenticity requires a conscious effort to resist the allure of superficial validation. In a society that often equates success with external achievements and material wealth, it is easy to lose sight of what truly matters. However, by prioritizing these virtues, we shift our focus from seeking external approval to cultivating inner contentment. This shift in perspective allows us to find joy in the journey rather than the destination, and to appreciate the simple yet profound moments of life. Practicing humility and authenticity also has a transformative impact on our relationships. When we approach others with humility, we create an environment of mutual respect and understanding. We listen more attentively, empathize more deeply, and collaborate more effectively. Authenticity, meanwhile, fosters trust and openness, as others feel safe to be their true selves in our presence. Together, these virtues strengthen the bonds of friendship, family, and community, creating a network of support and connection that enriches our lives. Moreover, humility and authenticity are essential for effective leadership. A humble leader acknowledges their limitations and values the input of their team, fostering a culture of collaboration and innovation. An authentic leader, on the other hand, inspires trust and loyalty by being transparent and true to their values. This combination of humility and authenticity not only enhances the leader's credibility, but also empowers others to contribute their best selves to the collective effort. In personal development, embracing humility and authenticity is a path to self-acceptance and inner peace. By acknowledging our imperfections and staying true to our values, we free ourselves from the burden of constant comparison and self-judgment. This self-acceptance nurtures a positive self-image and a resilient mindset, enabling us to face life's challenges with confidence and grace. In conclusion, humility and authenticity are timeless virtues that offer profound benefits in our personal, professional, and spiritual lives. They invite us to live with integrity, to connect with others on a deeper level, and to find true fulfillment beyond the superficial metrics of success. By embracing these virtues, we cultivate a life of genuine meaning and purpose, grounded in the wisdom of knowing who we are and the humility to grow into who we can become. In a world that often values appearance over substance, humility and authenticity stand as beacons of true success and lasting happiness. By embodying these principles in our daily lives, we not only honor the wisdom of the Stoics but also pave the way for a life of profound meaning and alignment with the greater cosmos. It's about recognizing when to step back and allow natural processes to unfold, understanding the profound strength in forging genuine connections, and holding ourselves accountable for our actions. I encourage you to reflect on the types of people we've discussed today, and consider how saying no might not just protect your peace but also foster your personal growth and happiness. What steps will you take to integrate these Stoic teachings into your life? Share your thoughts and insights in the comments below, and let's continue to support each other on this journey towards wisdom. Remember, every step taken in awareness is a step towards a more fulfilled life. In today's fast-paced world, it's crucial to recognize the value of our time and energy. We must be discerning about the company we keep, as it significantly impacts our mental and emotional well-being. By saying no to the 9 types of people we've discussed, we create space for more positive and enriching relationships. These individuals may drain our energy, distract us from our goals, or introduce unnecessary negativity into our lives. By distancing ourselves from them, we can focus on what truly matters: our personal growth, inner peace, and the pursuit of wisdom. Stoicism teaches us to be mindful of our associations and to choose our companions wisely. It's not about being harsh or unkind, but about protecting our inner tranquility and staying true to our values. Each no we utter is a step towards a more intentional and fulfilling life. We must remember that our time is limited and precious. Therefore, we should invest it in relationships that uplift and inspire us, rather than those that bring us down. As we navigate through life, we'll inevitably encounter people who test our boundaries and challenge our resolve. It's during these moments that our commitment to Stoic principles is put to the test. By staying firm in our convictions and saying no when necessary, we demonstrate our dedication to living a life of virtue and wisdom. This isn't always easy, but it's essential for maintaining our peace of mind and staying on the path of personal growth. Moreover, by setting clear boundaries, we teach others to respect our time and energy. This fosters healthier relationships based on mutual respect and understanding. It's important to communicate our boundaries clearly and assertively, without guilt or apology. Remember, saying no is not an act of selfishness, but a necessary step towards self-care and personal development. I invite you to take a moment to reflect on your current relationships. Are there individuals who consistently drain your energy or bring negativity into your life? Are there relationships that no longer serve your highest good? If so, consider how you can gracefully distance yourself from these individuals. This might involve having difficult conversations or gradually reducing contact. Whatever approach you choose, remember that it's for your well-being and personal growth. As we conclude this video, I want to remind you of the importance of community and support. Here at Stoic in Your Life, we are committed to fostering a community of like-minded individuals who are dedicated to living according to Stoic principles. By sharing our experiences and insights, we can support each other on this journey towards wisdom and fulfillment. Your participation and engagement are crucial to the growth of this community. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up and share it with others who might benefit from these insights. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, Stoic in Your Life, and turn on notifications so you don't miss our upcoming videos. We have a lot of exciting content planned, including deep dives into Stoic philosophy, practical tips for applying Stoic principles in everyday life, and inspiring stories of personal growth and transformation. Your feedback and support mean the world to us. We are always striving to improve and provide you with valuable content that resonates with you. So please leave your comments and let us know what topics you'd like us to cover in future videos. Together, we can create a vibrant and supportive community that embodies the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Remember, the journey towards wisdom is a lifelong process. It requires patience, dedication, and a willingness to learn and grow. By embracing the principles of Stoicism, we can navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience, and ultimately lead more meaningful and fulfilling lives. Thank you for watching and being a part of our community. Until next time, stay strong, stay wise, and continue to strive for personal growth and inner peace. Your journey is your own, but you are never alone. We are here to support and inspire each other every step of the way. Keep reflecting, keep growing, and remember to always stay true to your values. Together we can create a life that is not only fulfilling but also aligned with the greater cosmos. Thank you, and we'll see you in the next video. Beware. 10 evident signs that there is an evil person next to you. Wisdom life lessons. Beware of false knowledge. It is more dangerous than ignorance. George Bernard Shaw. In a world where we constantly strive to find goodness in others, it's crucial to recognize that not everyone shares our values or intentions. While our hearts yearn for a better world and we place our hopes in people, it's essential to remain vigilant. Unfortunately, we occasionally encounter individuals who harbor malicious intentions, and if we're not careful, we can be deeply hurt by them. Understanding the signs of such toxic individuals can help protect us from their harmful influence. You might have come across someone who, without hesitation, inflicts emotional pain on others, exploits their weaknesses, and feels no remorse. Often these behaviors are so insidious and subtle that we don't even realize we're dealing with a truly bad person. In this video, we'll explore 10 evident signs that someone around you may be evil, and how to navigate such challenging encounters. Whether it's someone who consistently makes you feel guilty, or a person who pretends to be friendly to your face while disparaging you behind your back, recognizing these behaviors is vital. It's not just strangers who might disrupt your peace. Sometimes it could be members of your own family. Family is a blessing, but unfortunately some individuals gravitate towards negativity and malevolence. Before we dive into the first sign, remember to hit the like button if you appreciate insights on wisdom and life lessons. If you want, you can leave a comment. People want to see you well, but never better than them. This is a hard truth we must acknowledge. Let's begin this journey. Number 1. Pleasure in others' pain. Sometimes we come across individuals whose actions and attitudes can deeply affect our well-being. Understanding the signs of such negative influences is crucial to maintaining our mental and emotional health. One of the most telling indicators of an evil person is their pleasure in others' pain. If you've ever met someone who seems to find joy in others' suffering, it's a clear red flag. This behavior, characterized by laughing or smiling when someone else is going through a hard time, shows a complete lack of empathy. Such individuals not only ignore the pain of others, but might also actively create situations to witness and revel in others' misery. Imagine a coworker who, instead of helping when you're swamped with work, mocks your struggles. Or think about a friend who, upon hearing about your personal issues, cracks jokes rather than offering support. These reactions are not just insensitive, they reveal a deep-seated cruelty. A modern-day example might resonate with you. Picture a workplace scenario. You're stressed, deadlines are looming, and you could really use a hand. Instead of lending a helping hand, a particular colleague finds amusement in your predicament, perhaps making sarcastic remarks or gossiping about your situation to others. This behavior isn't just unkind, it's harmful and indicative of a malicious character. This type of person may go as far as to stir up trouble intentionally, spreading rumors or creating conflicts, just to sit back and enjoy the chaos they've caused. Their pleasure in seeing others distressed is a clear indication of their malevolent nature. But what can we do about it? Recognizing these signs early is the first step to safeguarding yourself. Think about the people in your life. Are there those who consistently find humor in your difficulties? Do they seem to thrive on gossip and conflict? If so, it's essential to create distance from such individuals. Protecting your emotional health is paramount, and sometimes that means setting boundaries with those who bring negativity into your life. Let's consider another scenario, perhaps one more relatable to everyday life. You have a friend who, whenever you share a personal triumph, seems to downplay your success or shifts the conversation to something negative. When you're facing challenges, instead of offering comfort, they might say something like, "Well, what did you expect?" Or, "I told you this would happen." These comments are not just discouraging, they reflect a deeper, more sinister delight in your struggles. An open-ended question for you to ponder: have you ever felt that someone in your circle genuinely enjoys seeing you fail? Reflecting on this can help you identify if there are toxic individuals in your life who might be secretly reveling in your hardships. The story of Jane, a young professional, highlights this well. Jane had a colleague named Mark who always seemed overly interested in her challenges. When Jane had a project go south, Mark's reaction wasn't one of support, but of barely concealed delight. He would share her failures with others under the guise of concern, but was never there with a solution or a word of encouragement. Over time, Jane realized that Mark's behavior was affecting her mental health, leading her to feel isolated and unsupported. She made the tough decision to limit her interactions with him, which greatly improved her work environment and emotional state. It's crucial to recognize the signs of an evil person in your life. Those who take pleasure in others' pain, who spread gossip, create conflicts, and thrive on seeing others suffer are not people you need around. By identifying these traits and taking steps to distance yourself from such individuals, you protect your own emotional health and well-being. Stay vigilant and trust your instincts. If someone's behavior consistently leaves you feeling worse about yourself, it's time to reevaluate that relationship. Your peace of mind and happiness should always come first. So, what are you doing today to protect your emotional well-being and distance yourself from negativity? Remember, the choice to surround yourself with positive, supportive people is one of the best decisions you can make for your overall happiness. Number 2, need to control your life. Let's dive into the traits of truly evil individuals, focusing specifically on their overwhelming need to control your life. Imagine a person who has an insatiable urge to dominate every aspect of their surroundings and the lives of those around them. This need for control stems from deep-seated insecurities and a desire to feel powerful. It's not just about having things go their way. It's about ensuring that they hold the reins in every situation. Have you ever had a boss who insists on micromanaging every detail of your work, not to help or mentor you, but to assert their dominance? Or perhaps a friend who always decides the plans, never considering your preferences and making you feel like your opinions don't matter. These controlling behaviors are more than just annoying. They can be suffocating and harmful. Think of the partner who constantly checks up on you, not out of genuine concern for your well-being, but because they need to know your every move to feel secure. This kind of behavior is a red flag for manipulation and control. They create rigid rules, set expectations that are impossible to meet, and often resort to emotional blackmail to keep you under their thumb. Marcus Aurelius, a renowned Stoic philosopher, once said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." If your thoughts and actions are constantly being monitored and controlled by someone else, how can you ever achieve true happiness? Let's break down why these behaviors are dangerous. When someone exerts this level of control over you, they strip away your autonomy, making you dependent on their approval and guidance. This can lead to a loss of self-confidence and self-worth. An evil person thrives on this dependency, using it to manipulate and exploit you further. It's like a vicious cycle, where the more control they have, the more they crave, and the more you lose yourself in the process. Have you noticed anyone in your life trying to control every aspect of your existence? If so, how does it make you feel? Do you find yourself constantly second-guessing your actions, worried about their reaction? One of the most insidious tactics of controlling individuals is emotional blackmail. They know exactly how to manipulate your emotions to get what they want. They might guilt-trip you into doing something or make you feel responsible for their happiness. This emotional manipulation is a powerful tool for them because it preys on your empathy and desire to maintain harmony. Seneca, another great Stoic philosopher, reminds us, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When someone else controls your emotions and actions, you are no longer the master of your own life. It's crucial to recognize these controlling behaviors early on and set clear boundaries to protect your independence and emotional well-being. Boundaries are not just a way to protect yourself. They are a statement of your self-worth and autonomy. They say to the controlling person, "I value myself too much to allow you to dominate me." It's important to remember that you have the right to make your own decisions, to live your life according to your values, and to maintain your individuality. How can you start setting these boundaries? What are some small steps you can take today to reclaim your autonomy? In many cases, distancing yourself from the controlling individual is necessary. This can be challenging, especially if the person is a close friend, family member, or partner. However, your mental and emotional health must come first. Surround yourself with supportive people who respect your boundaries and encourage your independence. Reflecting on the wisdom of Epictetus, who said, "No man is free who is not master of himself," consider how much freedom you truly have in your current relationships. Are there people who encourage your growth, or are they stifling your potential with their need for control? Dealing with a controlling person requires courage and self-awareness. It's about recognizing the signs, understanding the impact on your life, and taking decisive action to reclaim your power. You deserve to live a life where you make the choices, where your thoughts and opinions are valued, and where your happiness is not dependent on someone else's need to control. How will you take back control of your life? What steps will you take to ensure that you are the master of your own destiny? In conclusion, recognizing the signs of a controlling person is the first step toward protecting yourself. Setting boundaries, seeking support, and sometimes making the tough decision to distance yourself are all crucial steps in maintaining your independence. Remember the words of Marcus Aurelius, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." Ensure your thoughts are your own, free from the manipulations of others. Your life is yours to control. Take it back. and live it fully. How will you start this journey today? Number 3. Strange feeling when you're around them. As Marcus Aurelius once said, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts, reminding us to protect our mental state from toxic influences. One of the most evident signs that you're dealing with a malicious person is the unsettling feeling you get when they're near. This discomfort can manifest as tiredness, restlessness, or a general sense of unease. Think of a family gathering where everyone is enjoying themselves, but one person's presence consistently makes you tense and uncomfortable. Even without direct confrontation, their mere presence can generate a feeling of unease, hinting at their negative energy or hidden malicious intentions. Similarly, consider a coworker who leaves you feeling anxious or drained whenever they approach. You may not be able to pinpoint the exact cause, but your body and mind intuitively recognize something is amiss. These sensations are not to be ignored. Our instincts often detect subtle cues that our conscious mind might overlook. Constantly feeling uncomfortable around someone is a red flag indicating their possible ill intentions. Heeding these feelings is essential for avoiding harmful situations and preserving your inner tranquility. As Seneca wisely stated, we suffer more in imagination than in reality, emphasizing the importance of trusting our instincts to protect our mental and emotional well-being. In the modern world, where interactions are frequent and diverse, tuning into these intuitive warnings can save us from much distress. If you find yourself consistently feeling on edge or drained in someone's presence, it's crucial to evaluate the nature of your relationship with them. Are they contributing positively to your life, or are they subtly draining your energy? Remember, maintaining your inner peace should always be a priority. By acknowledging these feelings and taking them seriously, you can create boundaries to protect yourself from potential harm. This doesn't mean reacting with hostility or paranoia, but rather being mindful and cautious. Evaluate the actions and behaviors of the person causing you discomfort. Are there patterns of manipulation, deceit, or selfishness? These are strong indicators of a toxic individual. In Stoicism, there's a profound emphasis on the company we keep. As Epictetus reminds us, the key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. Therefore, surround yourself with those who emit positivity and inspire you to be your best self. In professional settings, if a colleague's presence is persistently unsettling, consider seeking support from HR or a trusted advisor. At social gatherings, prioritize spending time with those who make you feel at ease and valued. Protecting your peace is not a sign of weakness, but of wisdom and strength. Modern life is replete with challenges and stressors. The last thing we need is to allow toxic individuals to add to our burdens. Pay attention to your body's signals and trust your gut feelings. This self-awareness and proactive approach can significantly enhance your quality of life. By doing so, you embrace a fundamental Stoic principle: the importance of inner peace and resilience. In the words of Marcus Aurelius, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts, and by extension, the quality of the company you keep. Always be vigilant and trust your instincts when it comes to your interactions with others. Your well-being and peace of mind are invaluable. By recognizing and distancing yourself from those who bring negative energy, you uphold your inner tranquility and cultivate a life surrounded by positivity and genuine connections. Thank you for joining us in today's video. Before we move on to the next segment, I'd like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude. It's truly a pleasure to have you as a member of our community. Please feel free to share your story or personal impressions in the comments. If you're unsure what to say, simply comment, "I am a newbie," if you've just joined us, or "I am Stoic," if you've been with us for a while. Your engagement not only shows your presence but also inspires and motivates us. All right, let's continue this journey together, shall we? Number 4, lack of responsibility. When you encounter someone who consistently evades responsibility for their actions, you may be dealing with a deeply troubling personality. These individuals are quick to blame others whenever something goes awry, skillfully positioning themselves as victims to avoid accountability. This behavior isn't just frustrating, it's a hallmark of an evil persona, someone who manipulates and distorts reality for their own benefit. Let me paint a picture for you. Imagine working on a crucial project with a colleague who makes a significant mistake. Instead of owning up to their error, they swiftly point fingers at you or other team members, declaring that everyone but them is at fault. This kind of conduct not only fosters a toxic work environment but also leaves you feeling unjustly blamed and demoralized. Consider a friend who habitually finds themselves in troublesome situations. Rather than reflecting on their choices, they always have a convenient scapegoat. If they're late for a meeting, it's due to traffic or someone else's fault. If their plans fall apart, it's never their poor planning but the actions of others. Such people masterfully shift blame and, more insidiously, often make you feel guilty for their missteps. They manipulate circumstances so deftly that you end up apologizing for issues you didn't create, which can be emotionally exhausting and gradually chip away at your self-esteem. Recognizing these behaviors is vital for safeguarding your mental and emotional health. Individuals who refuse to accept responsibility can entrap you in a cycle of guilt and manipulation, which is draining and detrimental to your well-being. Let me share a story from modern life to illustrate this point further. Imagine you're part of a small startup. Everyone's workload is heavy and teamwork is crucial. One team member, let's call him John, consistently misses deadlines, causing project delays. Whenever confronted, John always has an excuse ready. It's never his lack of time management, but issues like the software malfunctioning or the team's communication failing. His repeated deflections start to wear on the team's morale. You find yourself staying late to cover for his lapses, feeling increasingly resentful and stressed. Over time, John's refusal to take responsibility starts affecting your mental health, making you question your competence and value in the team. So, how do you handle such a situation? Start by setting clear boundaries and communicating openly about your expectations. When John tries to deflect blame, calmly bring the conversation back to the specific issue and his role in it. Use statements like, "I understand there were difficulties, but let's discuss how we can manage deadlines more effectively next time." If the behavior persists, it might be necessary to escalate the issue to a higher authority, or consider distancing yourself from the person if possible. What can we learn from this? The lesson here is profound. Your well-being is paramount, and part of maintaining it involves surrounding yourself with people who take ownership of their actions. Ask yourself, how do I ensure that I hold myself and others accountable? Open-ended questions like these help deepen your understanding and prompt introspection. It's essential to build a circle of influence composed of individuals who practice responsibility and honesty, as this fosters a supportive and healthy environment for everyone involved. Identifying and distancing yourself from those who habitually shirk responsibility is crucial. It's not just about avoiding discomfort. It's about preserving your mental health and fostering an environment where you and others can thrive. The next time you encounter someone who blames everyone else for their problems, remember this lesson and take steps to protect your well-being. By doing so, you not only enhance your life but also set a standard for others to follow. Stay vigilant, hold yourself and others accountable, and cultivate a space where honesty and responsibility are the norms. This practice will lead to more meaningful relationships and a healthier, more positive life. Number 5. Habit of lying. Imagine this, you're talking with a coworker who constantly boasts about their accomplishments, telling grandiose tales that seem too good to be true. Or perhaps a friend makes an excuse to miss your important event, only for you to later discover they were out having fun elsewhere. These are not just isolated incidents, they are signs of a deeper issue. The habit of lying, a trait often found in individuals with evil intentions. Such people lie for their own benefit, to manipulate situations, or simply for the thrill of deceiving others. This behavior shows a blatant disregard for trust and friendship, prioritizing their interests over honesty and integrity. Consider the impact of these lies on your life. How many times have you been misled by someone you thought you could trust? Lies, no matter how small, can erode trust over time and damage relationships irreparably. For instance, a partner who lies about their feelings or intentions to control you or gain an upper hand in arguments manipulates your emotions and decisions, leaving you feeling confused and betrayed. Such deception is not only disrespectful but also harmful to your emotional well-being. Reflect on how these lies affect your interactions with others. Gossip and misinformation can create rifts among friends and colleagues, causing unnecessary conflicts and tension. An individual who spreads such falsehoods often does so to divert attention from their shortcomings or to create chaos for their amusement. These manipulative tactics are a clear indication of their disregard for others' feelings and the lengths they will go to maintain their facade. The essence of any healthy relationship is honesty. Without it, trust crumbles, and the bond you share with others weakens. When someone habitually lies, it's crucial to recognize this behavior and address it directly. Ask yourself, is this person's presence in my life worth the constant doubt and mistrust? Can I build a meaningful relationship with someone who values deception over truth? Think about famous quotes that resonate with this issue. Mark Twain once said, "If you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything." This emphasizes the simplicity and peace that comes with honesty. Living a truthful life means you don't have to keep track of your lies or worry about being caught in a web of deceit. On the other hand, individuals who lie habitually must constantly remember their fabrications, creating a complicated and stressful existence. Another profound quote by Friedrich Nietzsche states, "I'm not upset that you lied to me. I'm upset that from now on I can't believe you." This highlights the lasting impact of a lie, the loss of trust. Once broken, trust is difficult to rebuild, and the relationship may never return to its former state. The emotional toll of this betrayal can linger, affecting your interactions and perceptions of others. So, how can you deal with a habitual liar? The first step is to confront the behavior. Open a dialogue and express how their lies affect you and your relationship. Use open-ended questions to encourage a deeper conversation. Why do you feel the need to lie about this? Or, how do you think these lies impact our trust? These questions not only address the issue but also prompt the liar to reflect on their actions and their consequences. If the behavior persists, consider setting boundaries. Protect your emotional health by limiting interactions with those who cannot be honest. This might mean distancing yourself from a friend or reevaluating a partnership. While this can be a difficult decision, it's essential for maintaining your peace of mind and integrity. Remember, it's better to have fewer honest relationships than many built on falsehoods. Moreover, cultivate a circle of trust with individuals who value honesty and integrity. Surrounding yourself with truthful people will reinforce positive behavior and provide a supportive network that values your well-being. Share your experiences and feelings with these trusted friends to gain perspective and advice on handling deceitful individuals. Lastly, reflect on your own behavior. Are there moments when you might be tempted to lie, even about trivial matters? Consider the long-term effects of these lies and strive to uphold honesty in your actions and words. By being truthful, you set a standard for those around you and contribute to a culture of trust and respect. The habit of lying is a significant red flag that someone may have evil intentions or at least a severe lack of respect for others. Recognizing this behavior and its impact on your life is crucial for maintaining healthy relationships. Confront the lies, set boundaries if necessary, and surround yourself with honest individuals. By doing so, you protect your integrity and ensure that your relationships are built on a foundation of trust. As you navigate these challenges, remember the words of Marcus Aurelius. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. Number 6. Absence of remorse. Have you ever found yourself doubting your reality, questioning your feelings, or feeling manipulated by someone close to you? Recognizing the signs of an evil person can protect your emotional well-being and foster healthier relationships. Let's delve into one of the most telling signs: the absence of remorse. Evil people are often devoid of remorse for their actions. They never feel guilty about the negative impact they have on others, showcasing a blatant disregard for empathy and morality. When confronted, they twist the situation to make you doubt your perception of reality, leaving you confused and questioning yourself. Take, for instance, a colleague who takes credit for your work. When you bring it up, instead of showing regret, they justify their actions by claiming that you wouldn't have achieved it alone, or that they were merely helping you shine. This behavior reveals a deeply selfish and manipulative character. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury," highlighting the importance of maintaining your integrity in the face of such manipulation. Consider another example: a friend who constantly makes malicious or hurtful comments. When you try to discuss how those comments affect you, they laugh it off, saying you're overreacting or that you're too sensitive. This response not only demonstrates a lack of remorse, but also attempts to distort your perception of reality, making you question your feelings. Seneca wisely noted, "A man's as miserable as he thinks he is," reminding us that we have the power to reclaim our emotional state, despite others' attempts to undermine it. These people are masters at turning the situation around. If you point out a mistake or harmful behavior, they quickly become the victims, making you feel guilty for raising the issue. This form of emotional manipulation is a clear sign that the person has no true remorse for their actions and is more concerned with protecting their image. Recognizing this absence of remorse is crucial for your emotional health. As Epictetus advised, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters," encouraging us to maintain control over our responses and not let manipulative behavior dictate our emotions. People who don't feel guilt for hurting others can continue repeating these harmful behaviors, knowing there will be no real consequences for them. Identifying this trait and setting clear boundaries is essential to protecting yourself and maintaining healthy relationships. In modern life, we often encounter individuals who mask their lack of remorse with charisma or superficial charm, making it harder to recognize their true nature. Therefore, it becomes imperative to stay vigilant and trust your instincts. As you navigate your relationships, remember the wisdom of the Stoics. "He who has a why to live can bear almost any how," as Friedrich Nietzsche, inspired by Stoic principles, once said. This quote underscores the importance of finding your purpose and strength to withstand and move past the harmful influences of those who lack remorse. If someone repeatedly shows a lack of remorse, it's important to consider distancing yourself from that person to preserve your well-being. In today's fast-paced world, where interactions are often fleeting and superficial, maintaining emotional health requires a conscious effort to surround yourself with genuinely empathetic individuals. By recognizing the absence of remorse and taking proactive steps to protect yourself, you can cultivate a more supportive and nurturing environment. This approach aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control and letting go of what you cannot. Remember, your well-being is paramount, and by setting boundaries, you ensure that those around you respect and value your emotional health. Ultimately, dealing with people who lack remorse is a challenge that tests your resilience and self-awareness. By staying true to your values and not allowing their manipulative tactics to undermine your sense of reality, you strengthen your emotional fortitude. As the Stoics taught us, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. By embodying this principle, you can rise above the negativity and maintain your integrity, ensuring that you live a life aligned with your true self, free from the toxic influence of those who lack remorse. Thanks for being in this video. What are some signs you have noticed in your own experiences that made you question someone's true intentions? Have you ever dealt with a person you believe was truly harmful or evil? And how did you handle the situation? If you're unsure about what to comment, You might share a personal experience where you felt someone's negative influence or describe how you've applied Stoic principles to protect yourself from harmful individuals. This Stoic wisdom encourages us to live with honesty and integrity, fostering genuine connections with those around us. How will you apply this wisdom in your own life to ensure your relationships are built on trust and truth? For example, you could start with, "I once encountered a person who," or "Stoicism has helped me deal with difficult people by." Number 7. Cruelty. Cruelty is a glaring sign of an evil person. These individuals often act openly and maliciously, using words and actions to hurt others. They lack empathy and take pleasure in causing suffering. Picture a coworker who never hesitates to make hurtful or humiliating comments in front of others, pointing out your faults cruelly or ridiculing your ideas during meetings, not to provide constructive criticism, but to demoralize you. This behavior not only destroys team morale, but also creates a toxic and oppressive work environment. Or consider a friend who jokes about your insecurities or personal problems, knowing full well that it hurts you. They might mock something you shared in confidence and seem to enjoy seeing your pain. This lack of empathy and pleasure in others' discomfort are clear indicators of a cruel person. They may also be aggressive, both verbally and physically. For instance, a partner who regularly insults you or physically abuses you demonstrates open cruelty. The intent behind such actions is to hurt and control, showing a total disregard for your dignity and well-being. Recognizing cruelty is crucial to protect your emotional and physical integrity. People who exhibit such behavior have no consideration for others' feelings and can cause deep and lasting harm. Setting boundaries and distancing yourself from these individuals is vital for your safety and peace of mind. If you're facing cruelty, don't hesitate to seek support and take steps to protect yourself. Picture yourself in a bustling office where every day feels like a battle. There's a particular colleague who thrives on making others feel small. Every meeting becomes a stage for their cutting remarks, and every project discussion is overshadowed by their need to belittle others. This isn't constructive criticism aimed at helping the team improve. It's a deliberate attempt to undermine and control, to enjoy seeing others squirm under their harsh words. In such an environment, the overall morale plummets, creativity is stifled, and anxiety becomes the norm. This is a clear example of how cruelty can manifest in everyday life, and the profound impact it can have on a community or workplace. Now, let's bring this closer to home. Think about a friend who always seems to have a joke at your expense. They laugh at your deepest insecurities, those vulnerable truths you shared in trust. They mock your personal problems, not out of ignorance, but out of a deliberate attempt to make you feel worse. When they see the hurt in your eyes, they don't stop. Instead, they seem to take a twisted pleasure in your discomfort. This isn't the behavior of a true friend. True friends uplift and support, whereas cruel people find satisfaction in others' misery. Let's not forget the intimate relationships where cruelty can be even more damaging. A partner who insults you regularly or resorts to physical abuse is demonstrating the height of cruelty. The intention here is to dominate, to break your spirit, and to control you through fear and pain. Such actions reflect a complete disregard for your dignity and well-being. It's important to recognize these signs early and take steps to protect yourself. Emotional and physical abuse leaves deep scars, and the longer you stay in such a toxic environment, the harder it becomes to heal. Cruelty can also be seen in subtler forms, like passive-aggressive comments that are just sharp enough to sting but can be easily dismissed as jokes if you confront them. These microaggressions accumulate over time, eroding your self-esteem and creating an environment of constant tension and self-doubt. For example, a boss who consistently undermines your achievements or makes snide remarks about your abilities is engaging in a form of cruelty that can severely impact your mental health and job performance. It's not always the loud, overt acts of cruelty that do the most damage. Sometimes it's the quiet, insidious ones that slowly chip away at your confidence and sense of self-worth. Think about how these behaviors show up in your life. Do you have a coworker, friend, or partner who makes you feel less than, who seems to take joy in your pain or struggles? How do these interactions affect your daily life and your sense of self? What steps can you take to distance yourself from these toxic influences? Engaging with these questions can help you gain clarity and take action to protect your well-being. Recognizing cruelty in someone's behavior is a powerful step towards safeguarding your emotional and physical health. Remember, you deserve to be treated with respect and kindness. Don't hesitate to set firm boundaries and seek support from friends, family, or professionals if you find yourself in a harmful situation. Embrace your worth and take proactive steps to remove cruelty from your life, ensuring you surround yourself with individuals who uplift and encourage you. By doing so, you reclaim your peace of mind and create a safer, more positive environment for yourself. Number 8. Friends and family warnings about the bad person's character. Friends and family often act as our protectors, guiding us with their insights and instincts when we might be too close to a situation to see it clearly. When they express concern about someone's character, it's essential to take their warning seriously. They may have observed toxic behaviors that you're unaware of, which could harm you in the long run. Imagine starting a new romantic relationship and soon hearing from your closest friends and family about the person's history of manipulation and disrespect in past relationships. It's hard to hear criticism about someone you're emotionally invested in, but it's vital to listen closely. Similarly, when beginning a new job, if colleagues quickly warn you about a supervisor who mistreats subordinates and never takes responsibility for their mistakes, it's crucial to heed these warnings. These stories are not mere gossip. They are valuable insights based on real experiences. Your friends and family have no ulterior motives. Their primary concern is your well-being. If multiple people caution you about the same individual, it's a strong indication that you should be wary. It's natural to want to give people the benefit of the doubt, especially if they're treating you well initially. However, ignoring these warnings can lead to painful situations down the line. Toxic behaviors, such as manipulation, cruelty, and irresponsibility, often repeat themselves, and what your loved ones have observed can very well happen to you. By taking these warnings seriously, you can protect yourself from unnecessary harm. Trust in the judgment of those who care about you. They can see red flags that you, being emotionally involved, might miss. Famous Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." If someone's past behavior has been toxic, your reaction should be to remain cautious and observant. Do you find it easy to trust the judgment of your friends and family when they express concerns about someone in your life? Why might it be challenging to accept their warnings? Reflect on a time when you may have ignored such advice and the consequences that followed. Engaging with these questions helps deepen your understanding and interaction with the content. It's crucial to stay vigilant and trust the observations of those who genuinely care for your safety and happiness. This approach can save you from a lot of potential trouble and emotional distress. Navigating relationships, whether personal or professional, requires a keen sense of awareness and a willingness to listen to those who have your best interests at heart. Friends and family provide a unique perspective, often seeing things you might overlook. If they repeatedly warn you about someone's character, take it as a sign to observe and reflect. Marcus Aurelius, another great Stoic philosopher, advised, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." By distancing yourself from toxic individuals, you are not only protecting yourself but also living a life in line with your values and principles. Have you ever received a warning about someone and later realized the truth in it? What signs did you miss initially? And how can you improve your awareness in the future? These reflective questions encourage you to engage deeply with the material, ensuring you not only understand it but can also apply it to your life. Recognizing and considering the concerns of your loved ones can prevent a lot of future heartache. Trust their intentions and protect yourself from potential harm. In essence, the wisdom and life lessons from Stoicism teach us to value the counsel of those who care for us, to remain vigilant, and to act with prudence and foresight. Always value the warnings from your friends and family about someone's character. These insights, coming from an external and impartial perspective, can save you from significant trouble. As you navigate your relationships, keep the wisdom of Stoic philosophers in mind and remain open to the guidance of those who genuinely care for you. How will you apply these principles in your life moving forward? What steps can you take to ensure you heed the valuable warnings of your loved ones? Reflect on these questions and let them guide you in making more informed and protective choices in your relationships. Number 9, contempt. One of the most insidious forms of emotional manipulation is contempt. These people try to make you feel inferior by criticizing your appearance, interests, dreams, and everything else they can find. Never allow these people to change how you perceive yourself. Picture a partner who constantly criticizes your appearance, pointing out your physical flaws as if they were unpardonable sins. Comments like, "You could be more attractive if," or "Why don't you dress better?" are not constructive. They're cruel and designed to undermine your self-confidence. Similarly, a friend who mocks your interests and passions, belittling your achievements and dreams as if they were not worthy of respect, is using contempt to control you emotionally. They may laugh at your ambitions or hobbies, making you feel foolish for pursuing your goals. This type of contempt not only hurts, but also makes you doubt yourself and your abilities. People who use contempt as a tool of emotional control aim to weaken your self-esteem so you depend on them for validation and acceptance. They want to shape your self-perception to match their own interests and desires, disregarding who you truly are. As Epictetus wisely said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Do not let these people manipulate your self-image. Remember, you are valuable and deserve to be treated with respect and consideration. If someone is constantly belittling you, it is a clear sign that they are not interested in your emotional well-being. Protect yourself by maintaining distance from those who constantly try to diminish you, and seek relationships that foster your growth and happiness. Expanding on this, consider the impact of contempt in a workplace setting. A boss or colleague who constantly criticizes your work, ignores your ideas, or makes you feel inadequate is employing the same manipulative tactics. They might say things like, "This is not good enough," or "Why can't you be more like?" Such comments are not intended to help you improve, but to keep you in a state of self-doubt and subservience. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher, emphasized the importance of self-respect and inner strength. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. In modern life, it is crucial to recognize these behaviors and not internalize their negative messages. Instead, focus on your strengths and achievements, and surround yourself with people who appreciate and support you. Moreover, in social circles, contempt can be masked as tough love or honest feedback. A friend might disguise their contempt with statements like, "I'm just being honest," or "I say this because I care." However, genuine care and honesty should never make you feel worthless. Seneca once said, "Associate with people who are likely to improve you." True friends and partners will offer constructive criticism and encouragement, helping you grow without tearing you down. Relating this to family dynamics, a family member who constantly compares you to others, highlights your mistakes, or dismisses your successes is also showing contempt. This can be particularly damaging as it comes from someone you expect unconditional support from. Recognizing that even family members can be toxic is a hard but necessary step in protecting your self-worth. Remember, as Marcus Aurelius noted, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. Keeping your thoughts positive and not allowing external negativity to influence your self-image is essential for maintaining your inner peace. In today's fast-paced world, where social media often amplifies feelings of inadequacy, it is more important than ever to be vigilant against contempt. Online interactions can be just as harmful as face-to-face ones. A person who leaves negative comments on your posts or sends you derogatory messages is attempting to control your self-perception from a distance. The anonymity of the internet can embolden people to say things they would never say in person. To counter this, focus on the supportive and positive interactions you have online and ignore or block those who spread negativity. As Epictetus advised, first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Finally, understand that overcoming the influence of contemptuous individuals requires self-awareness and resilience. Practice self-reflection to identify how these negative influences affect you and develop strategies to strengthen your self-esteem. This could include setting boundaries, seeking supportive relationships, and engaging in activities that reinforce your sense of self-worth. Remember, you are in control of your reactions and your self-perception. By recognizing and distancing yourself from contemptuous people, you take a significant step towards a happier, more fulfilling life. If you've reached this point, type "good always triumphs over evil" in the comments. If you found this discussion insightful, don't forget to like and subscribe for more wisdom. Together, let's strive to be wiser and kinder every day. Number 10. Animal abuse. When it comes to recognizing the presence of malevolent individuals around us, one of the most telling signs is their treatment of animals. Cruelty towards animals is a clear indicator of a person's dark side, revealing deep-seated issues in their character. Consider a neighbor who habitually mistreats their dog, subjecting it to constant yelling and physical abuse for any minor reason. These actions inflict immense suffering on the animal and expose the abuser's lack of empathy and emotional control. Such behavior often isn't confined to animals alone, but can spill over into other aspects of their lives, affecting relationships with people as well. Think of another scenario where someone keeps their pets in deplorable conditions, neglecting their basic needs such as food, hygiene, and health care. This continuous neglect demonstrates a profound disregard for the animal's lives and well-being. It's crucial not to overlook these actions. Research shows a significant link between animal cruelty and violent behavior towards humans. Recognizing these signs can help us understand the broader implications of being around someone with such traits. Even if we are blinded by friendship, love, or respect for someone, it is vital to prioritize the safety and well-being of the animals and ourselves. Take, for instance, a modern-day story of Jane, a compassionate woman living in a bustling city. Jane noticed her coworker Mark often spoke harshly about his pets and dismissed their needs. One evening, while walking home, Jane saw Mark dragging his dog harshly on the street, yelling at it with no apparent reason. Disturbed by the scene, she felt compelled to take action. She decided to report Mark's behavior to the local animal welfare authorities, despite the potential fallout at work. Jane's actions eventually led to an investigation, revealing that Mark had been neglecting his pets for years. Her decision to intervene not only saved the animals, but also highlighted the importance of standing up against cruelty. In reflecting on these examples, ask yourself, how do the people around you treat those who are powerless, like animals? Does their behavior indicate a deeper, more troubling aspect of their character? Observing these interactions can provide significant insights into a person's true nature. Ultimately, the lesson here is clear. The way someone treats animals often mirrors their capacity for empathy and kindness. By distancing ourselves from those who exhibit cruelty, we protect not only the animals but also our own emotional and psychological well-being. If you suspect someone is being cruel to animals, take a stand. Report the behavior to the appropriate authorities to safeguard the animals and prevent future harm. Engage with your community by sharing your thoughts on this topic. What other signs of a bad person have you encountered? Leave your experiences in the comments below. Life is a journey, and the goal is to become a better person every day. We've all made mistakes that didn't show us in the best light, like bullying someone in school or telling what seemed like a harmless white lie. But chances are, you felt some guilt and learned from those experiences, growing as a result. If you're looking to keep growing as a person, here are some ways to bring out the best in yourself. 1. Don't make excuses. Blaming your spouse, boss, or clients won't get you anywhere. Instead of pointing fingers and making excuses for why you aren't happy or successful in your personal or professional life, take responsibility for your mistakes and learn from them. Doing this will help you become a better person. When I started owning up to my mistakes and shortcomings, my life turned around. I became happier and healthier, and my relationship with my wife improved. Now, we're happier than ever. 2. Be respectful. Imagine you just cleaned your home and someone walked in and tracked mud everywhere. You'd likely be upset that they didn't take off their shoes. Apply this same mindset to everyday life. Don't throw trash or cigarette butts on the floors of public restrooms or sidewalks just because someone else will clean it up. Be respectful of others' time, thoughts, ideas, lifestyles, feelings, work, and everything else. You don't have to agree with them, but everyone has a right to their opinions, and yours isn't necessarily the correct one. Letting go of anger is easier said than done. While anger is a perfectly normal emotion, you can't let it fester. When this happens, you may make unwise decisions, and more importantly, it may affect your health. Research suggests that pent-up anger can cause digestive problems, difficulty sleeping, and even heart disease. Understanding anger as an emotional response to perceived threats or injustices, often stemming from frustration or hurt, is crucial. Uncontrolled anger can lead to rash decisions and strained relationships. Physically, it can cause high blood pressure, a weakened immune system, and heart disease. Mentally, it contributes to anxiety and depression. Stoicism teaches the importance of emotional control and focusing on what we can control, helping reduce anger and frustration. Practical steps to manage anger include pausing to reflect, reframing negative thoughts, engaging in physical activities, and seeking support. By understanding and managing anger, you can make healthier choices, improve your well-being, and cultivate a more peaceful and balanced life. 4. Be helpful. Whether it's giving up your seat to an elderly person on the subway, helping a coworker with a challenging project, or carrying groceries when your spouse comes back from the store, being helpful is one of the simplest and most effective ways to practice becoming a better person. This simple act of kindness not only benefits others, but also enriches your own life. When you help others, you create a positive atmosphere around you. It can foster a sense of community and strengthen relationships. I find that the more I help others, the better I feel about myself and the world around me. Every small act of assistance, whether it's holding the door open for someone or volunteering for a local charity, contributes to a more compassionate and connected society. The ripple effect of these small acts can lead to a broader impact, inspiring others to follow suit and create a more supportive community. 5. Listen to others. Jeet Banerjee highlights on Lifehack that listening to people and giving everyone a voice is one of the greatest things you can do. Listening goes beyond just hearing words. It's about understanding and valuing the perspective of others. Banerjee shares that by taking the time to truly listen, he was able to meet some of the most amazing people, close significant deals, and develop connections that will last a lifetime. Being a good listener can have a transformative effect on your life. It can enhance your relationships, improve your communication skills, and open doors to new opportunities. When you listen attentively, you show respect and empathy, which can strengthen your bonds with others. Additionally, being a good listener can provide you with insights and knowledge that you might not have encountered otherwise. This practice not only benefits your personal growth but also contributes to a more understanding and harmonious community. Listening is a powerful tool that can change your life in profoundly positive ways, fostering deeper connections and creating a more inclusive environment. Always be polite. How much effort does it take to say thank you, or to hold the elevator door open for someone? Not much at all. However, these small acts of kindness can truly brighten someone's day. A few years ago, I made a decision that has profoundly impacted my life. No matter how rude, condescending, or unpleasant someone else may be, their behavior will not dictate mine. Politeness is a choice, and it reflects our character, not the character of those around us. By maintaining our manners and showing kindness, we create a ripple effect. One kind gesture can inspire others to act similarly, fostering a more positive and considerate community. Even in situations where we encounter negativity or hostility, responding with grace and politeness can diffuse tension and often lead to a more constructive outcome. Moreover, choosing to be polite in the face of rudeness is a powerful act of self-control and emotional intelligence. It shows that we are in command of our reactions and that we prioritize our values over momentary frustrations. This mindset not only improves our interactions with others, but also contributes to our own sense of peace and well-being. So, whether it's saying thank you, holding the door open, or simply smiling at a stranger, remember that these small acts can have a big impact. By committing to always be polite, we not only uplift those around us, but also enhance our own lives with positivity and grace. 7. Embrace change. Being open to change is a fundamental aspect of personal growth and development. It encompasses a variety of experiences, from trying a new restaurant, traveling to an unfamiliar part of the world, or doing something that has always scared you. Each of these experiences offers an opportunity to learn and grow in ways you might not have imagined. When you try a new restaurant, you expose yourself to different cuisines and cultures, broadening your palate and your understanding of the world. Traveling to a new destination, whether within your own country or abroad, allows you to experience new environments, meet diverse people, and gain fresh perspectives. Facing a fear, whether it's public speaking, skydiving, or something more personal, helps you overcome mental barriers and build resilience. Embracing change isn't just about seeking new experiences. It's about developing a mindset that welcomes the unknown. This mindset helps you become more adaptable and resilient, better equipped to handle life's inevitable ups and downs. When you are not wary of change, you are more likely to seize opportunities as they arise, leading to a more fulfilling and enriched life. Moreover, being open to change boosts your self-confidence. Each new experience reinforces your ability to handle uncertainty and adapt to new situations. This growing confidence, in turn, makes you more willing to step out of your comfort zone in the future. In summary, embracing change is crucial for becoming a high-functioning, self-assured individual. By welcoming new experiences and challenges, you not only enhance your personal growth, but also prepare yourself to thrive in an ever-changing world. Thank you for staying with me until the end of this video. Recognizing and distancing ourselves from toxic individuals is crucial for our mental and emotional well-being. This awareness isn't about losing hope in humanity, but about protecting ourselves and fostering healthier, more positive relationships. As we've explored today, there are 10 evident signs that an evil person might be nearby, each one a critical reminder to stay vigilant. It's essential to approach these signs with a Stoic mindset, understanding that we can't change others, but we can control our responses and safeguard our peace. Stoicism teaches us resilience and the importance of maintaining our inner tranquility despite external chaos. By identifying these toxic traits early, we can navigate our lives more wisely, ensuring that our circles are filled with individuals who uplift and support us. Remember, it's not just about identifying negativity, but also about nurturing positivity within ourselves and our environments. Practice compassion, self-care, and assertiveness. These are the tools that will help you build and maintain healthy boundaries. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up. Your engagement not only supports this channel but also helps others discover this content. Sharing this video with your friends and family can also spread awareness and help others recognize and address toxicity in their lives. Subscribe to Stoic in Your Life for more insights and practical wisdom rooted in ancient philosophy, yet profoundly relevant in today's world. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos. We have a lot more wisdom and life lessons coming your way, and we want you to be the first to know. Your support means the world to us and helps us continue our mission of spreading valuable insights and fostering a community of wise, resilient individuals. Let's all strive to be wiser, stronger, and more mindful every day. Until next time, stay safe, stay wise, and remember, the power to create a better life lies within you. Embrace the journey with a Stoic heart.